Chair live.
Good evening. It is 6 o'clock and we're going to call this special committee of the whole meeting to order. It's our 5th budget meeting. And we're going to move on to attendance. And I have regrets from Councillor Remy and Mayor Zabian for this evening, Clerk's Nair, but we do have enough for a quorum. Approval of the agenda. So it is a special meeting, so it has been circulated, so it will be accepted as circulated. Any declaration or conflict of interest this evening, councillors? Seeing no lights, so we'll move right along to announcements. I have a couple to start with. West Hants Regional Municipality is in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. This land is governed by the treaties of peace and friendship signed in 1726. West Hants Regional Municipality recognizes we are all treaty people and have responsibilities to this land and each other. West Hants Regional Municipality also recognizes African Nova Scotians are a distinct people whose history, legacies, and contributions have enriched that part of Mi'kma'ki known as Nova Scotia for over 400 years. And this council and I as chair are committed to ensuring this meeting and its participants conduct themselves in a respectful and professional manner as outlined in the municipality's municipal code of conduct. Meeting presenters, staff, and the public are expected to conduct themselves in an equally respectful manner at all times the meeting is being conducted. I thank you all in advance for your commitment to these important meeting principles. And I just have one other announcement. I think tomorrow evening is the Falmouth Elementary School Spring Fling or ticket auction from 5 to 7:30. So, Council, any other announcements? Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Chair. 7:30 Saturday morning at the Belmont Hall. They're having a breakfast. Just want to put that out there. It's a great time. Thanks.
Perfect. Any other announcements? Seeing none, we're gonna move right into the review. So council, we've all had some material sent to us and Carly's gonna go over it now. I think it's important to note we have a couple important decisions that we have to make before we can make this budget, whether we maintain the tax rate that's in front of us or tough decisions for cuts that we may have to. So moving forward, we're listening to what Director Rashawn has brought back to us this evening, and we'll have some great conversations and look forward to get to an end goal. Director Rashawn.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm just going to bring up my slides. All right, so going into our 25-26 budgets, looking at the follow-up from our May 2020 or May 22nd, 2025 meeting. So just to review the budget adjustments to this point, I've got a couple slides in here to go over before we move into some questions and comments that were sent through via email that we're hoping to address. So quickly, I'll just highlight here again, these are the adjustments that were made prior to the budget release. So I know one of the questions was around what different positions may be worth. So again, that's included within here if you wanted to look at those and what they would add to them. Overall, staff went through and removed 432,780,000 before we got to the budget process. Then through the budget, we had our 4 meetings of budget deliberations. This is a condensed version. I will bring up the actual document. It just would not fit on one slide. So what you're seeing here is basically the net variance of what all of the expenses and revenue changes that we have made over the last 4 weeks. So about 1.4 million with changes to reserves of 435 net variance on the from the original presentation of 474 or 974, my apologies. And on the revenue side, just accounting for the revenue, not the taxes, we have an adjustment of 103. So I'm going to just stop sharing here for a moment and I'll bring up that supplemental sheet that everybody has gotten a printed copy of. And we'll reshare. So this is just the bigger version of what you have and what I included in the PowerPoint presentation. So you'll see that we had the accuracy adjustment for the Bell Alliant revenue. The MT&T is what it's still referred to, and that was a decrease of 1,742. There was the direction to increase the D-transfer tax by 200,000. So there was an increase of the 200,000 for D-transfer tax. And there was an adjustment to services to other local governments associated to the courthouse. So that was reducing that revenue there, as well as the associated admin fee for that organization. Then we have the pool, which had an increase in funding because we got some grant confirmation. So we were able to increase the funding by $5,000. So all those changes net to the 103. Then, in addition, over the last number of days, we have increased the public safety grant by 6,000 based on applications received. Brooklyn Station 1 submitted decreases of 53,000 and 59,000 for Station 1 and 2. Protective service courthouse adjustments were made because of the closure, so we reduced expenses by 235,000. The general administration for the unhoused initiatives was decreased by 50,450. Legal fees were decreased 5,000 to planning, 2,000 to sewer, 2,000 to admin, and 1,000 to bylaw for a total of 10,000. And then we had the deferral of an RCMP vehicle, which was about 66,600. Then we had our 3% reduction. Sorry, I'll reword that. The 3% cap on increases for fire departments, which resulted in a decrease of 161,479. Then we have our grants and contributions reductions. So we reduced the general grants back down from 129 to 100 and we reduced the 9 lives by 5,000 out of the budget because that was directed to go into the grant process. Then we had other general admin wellness accuracy adjustments. We have removed the AL camera purchase from IT, the camera system study, the public Wi-Fi system study, and the complaint tracking system. Then we had a planning salary adjustment for just a prorated adjustment, again, for people that are off. So that was an additional 20. Then we had the home flood protection application withdraws. That should have an S on the end because our climate action coordinator came and mentioned that another one had withdrawn. So I know we had talked about 20,000, but another one had withdrawn. So we now have another 40,000 there. So I have updated that to reflect this. We have the planning mandated communications, which was an accuracy adjustment for 2,000. And then we have our general projects for Riverbank and Maplewood for 1,000. Those are only impacting the area rates. Just want to make sure I reference that. And then we have the Maplewood Cemetery grounds maintenance that was also reduced by 1,000. We had the EMO response cost reduced by 5,000. And then we had further reductions to building inspection. I'm not going to go over each of these categories, but it was just costs associated to the new hire. So all of those got removed. Then we had our our pool training and development reduction, our building maintenance reduction, and our program supplies reduction. And again, those are all accuracy adjustments. Then we had our programs, staff identification and program sports supplies. Those were reduced. Then we had our community economic development mileage and expenses, operating supplies and services, and community and volunteer recognition reduction. And we had our Windsor Community Center wages, operating supplies and services, and building maintenance reduction. And then we had the sports complex for branding, communication, and advertising. Finally, then we had the 100 King Street mileage and expenses reduction. That was the end of the staff and council reviewed reductions that were done on May 22nd. In addition, council gave direction to delay or remove projects from debt servicing. So we have the electrical outlets on Garrish Street, which was delayed, which resulted in 12,095 being reduced. We have the lift station dedicated standby generators that were removed, which reduced their deficit. So you will see that on there twice. So this is the reduction in the debt servicing. We have the sidewalk machine replacement unit that was removed and the case rubber tire backhoe removed. We had the delay of the debt servicing to 2627 for the Payzant to King Street connection for 149. We had the community development and public works outside operational facility that was directed to half the debt servicing this year. So we had 179,000 reduction. Then we went into Tergothic Creek stormwater system upgrade reduction. So that was reduced. So the debt servicing was reduced. Then we have the Windsor stormwater Connable Creek reduction, which reduced the debt servicing by the 59,000. Then we had the Windsor Rescue 4. I have that documented in 23-24 because that was the year it was budgeted for. And we know that it's not going to be delivered now until 27-28. So we removed that debt servicing this year. Tremaine Crescent Stormwater Culvert was removed until further direction. So that was removed from 24-25. Then we have Nesbitt Street, Windsor Road Renewal. This was an accuracy adjustment. So, and then we have the professional services sewer reduction. So all the things that reduced any of the deficits relating to sewer, you'll also see as a positive because you're going to see that on the next slide. Then we have our change to transfers to and from reserves, which I'll talk about when we get into the reserve funding area. And for a net change of 974,143 on the expense side. So I'm just going to stop sharing there.
Is there any questions? Councillor Larry Pinch.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to Director Rochon. The epoxy coat for apparatus floor, for some reason, recall, and I'd have to find it, I thought that was in a category that was like 30,000 with it. So we pulled it out of that category, or it was like that 10 on its own. My brain's trying to remember. I thought it was more than that, but it was not. This is what the actual.
So the capital budget
Yes.
is more, but the debt servicing piece is only, yeah. So this is only showing the debt servicing piece. The capital piece will be reviewed in a little bit.
Thank you. Sorry.
Nope,
And
that's okay.
I have one more question. What is the Brooklyn Station 1 and 2 decrease? And then it says the other one is like fire department reductions, the 3% cap. Is that the same?
No.
No.
So as part of our budgeting process, we had a meeting with all the chiefs, and the Brooklyn Fire Chief had indicated that there was going to be some adjustments to theirs based on some of the information that he was able to gather at that meeting. So he just didn't make the initial cutoff time for us to go with the public package. So when we received his updated budget, I just updated the numbers to reflect that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then the 161 fire reduction, that's the 3% ceiling for change for any fire department. So that's all fire departments that would have an increase more than 3% would be impacted.
Counselor John Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, or Deputy Mayor, sorry. I get a question on two items, but I guess it's the same question. So it's the Windsor Road Renewal Project, Pizant to King Street connection. So it says delay the debt until 26-27. Is that because that's the year that it's going to take place?
So they're looking for pre-approval to keep it in the capital budget. So this is not being delayed. They're only delaying the debt servicing to reflect when it's being completed.
Okay, so that'd be the same as for the Windsor Fire Department Rescue 4?
Yes, so that was in the 23-24 budget. And because we have a delivery of 27-28, I've removed it from that. We'll still have the previous year's carryovers to take off debt. But we're not going to debt service it for the next 2 years until we get the fire vehicle.
So we won't start paying until we get the vehicle.
Exactly.
Okay. I think that's everything. Thank you.
Everything? Any other questions, counselors? Seeing none, we'll carry on.
Okay, just give me 1 second, Your Worship. I'll just get shared screen here again. Dun, dun. All right. All right. So this is a snapshot of our operating budget. So what you see here up on the screen is basically everything I've highlighted. And I'll go over it quickly so you guys can kind of match what I kind of just presented to you. So we have our change here for our oh my gosh, courthouse and admin fees. We have our change here for the pool and our change for deed transfer tax, and the MT&T would show up within this line. But of course, we've also reduced taxes through this process since our initial preview. So you'll see that that is reduced. I'm going to just try and enlarge that for you folks here just to make it a little easier. So that would, again, we have to have a balanced budget. So we have reduced, I believe increased revenue, no, decreased revenue by 103. So we have, of course, the difference has to be made up by taxes. So that's what you're seeing here. With the increase, as I explained the other day in the business commercial rate, we have grants in lieu that would be impacted because they are assessed commercial. So that gives us a little bit more revenue on that end. Okay. So just kind of scrolling down here. I know you can't see the full thing, but I can guide you through. So this here, this 9150, that is made up of the Unhoused Initiative, 2,000 of the legal fees and the wellness program, as well as the IT component. Then you have the reduction of the 585, which is the Brooklyn Station 1 and 2 decrease, the Protective Services Courthouse decrease, the fire department reduction, as well as the building inspection reduction, and the 1,000 in legal for bylaw. Then you have the 109, which is those last two items on the sheet relating to the debt servicing reductions for the reclass of the sewer and the the standby generators. So that adds up to that. Then we have the 3,000 in public health services for our cemetery adjustments. Then in environmental development services, those would be the changes to the community economic development, as well as the planning department. And that's where you would also see the changes for the home flood protection program applications, and then cultural services. This change is represented in the changes in grants, as well as the changes in the pools, parks and grounds, programs, and the Windsor Community Center and the sports complex. Then going down in here, you'll see this is the adjustment to debt servicing. So that would, again, from the Hansport Fire upgrades to engine 12 down to the Nesbitt Street adjustment, all of those get added into that category. And then you have your reserve changes, which I'm going to be presenting here in a little bit, for the net total of the 974,134. So I just wanted to highlight the debt. So this is where we're sitting right now within the current debt. As you can see, anything that's crossed off are things that have been either delayed or have been removed. And I've tried to include notes on the side if it was just a pre-approval and then delay, or if it was delayed, I removed it entirely. So you can see here that these are those projects that are left in. So we have the Hansport Fire Department radios, the Windsor Fire Department replacement of Utility 9, the Windsor Fire Department hose tower roof replacement. We have the SCBA replacements for Brooklyn Station 1, the dump tank valves for Station 1, the BFD Station 2, Squad 9 lights and winch. We have the Falmouth Treatment Plant Phase 3 expansion, the Tregothic Creek Sewer Crossing, the Lagoon Drive. There's 4 projects associated to Lagoon Drive here. And then we have our Main Street road renewal, our Windsor road renewal, again, pre-approval for debt servicing next year. Our Windsor Stormwater Carnival Creek design, our outside operational facility at half for construction, and we have the replacement of the the replacement of the salt and plow dump truck, and then we have the pipe crawler camera and the mulching head excavator that are still on there. Just a reminder on what a penny's worth. I like to include this slide every time. I'm not going to go over it again, but we're looking at 196,000. That's basically a penny on the residential rate down to 8,500 on the Hansport rate. So highs and lows. Looking at our tax rate, because we had some additional adjustments there, we have the reduction of the general tax rate to the 9.5 cents and the West Hands rate at the 5 cents, with no change, again, still proposed to Hansport or Windsor, because we maintain the rate by increasing the contributions to their infrastructure reserves. All right, so then we have our capital rate. This should look pretty similar. We have the 6.68 cent increase associated to the Windsor and West, the Downtown Business Development Societies for 105,000. And then this is kind of where we're sitting right now. Again, I'll just increase that because all the other rates are being maintained. So you can see here, prior West Hants rate, we were at $1, 3.23 cents. Right now we're sitting at $1 and 2.23 cents. With Hansport prior to consolidation, 1.66, and we're now at 1.3537. And with Windsor, it was originally at 1.88, and now we're at 1.6464. Going into the overall calculation of increases to the average property. Again, this is assuming the average assessment increases from property valuation services of 1.5. This is a percentage that they provide us. For the average low, we're looking at 12. For the average high, we're looking at 116 for Hansport. For the average low side, we're looking at 14 for Windsor. On the average high side, we're looking at 141. On the West Hants side, on the low side, 37. On the high side, we're looking at 372. So going into the capital removal, now this one I was able to fit this one on an entire slide, so I don't need to jump between screens, Madam Chair, but we'll go over it if you have handouts in front of you, so I won't worry about increasing it. So we have the Brooklyn adjustments. So in the adjustments that were sent after the budget was closed, it included updated quotes for these two capital items. So we've increased those as part of that. So Brooklyn Station 2 ice rescue, and then we had the Brooklyn Station 1 flood swift water ice rescue suits. We also had the loop water main that was removed. So that was a project that was removed from because it was in there twice. It was part of one of our road renewals. We had the Tremaine Crescent Stormwater Culvert that was removed from this year. Then we have the Avondale Boat Launch repairs, increase adjustments. So again, that was discussed when we presented capital, that was an additional motion if they could extend the wharf there. Then we had the decrease in the structural assessment because council had approved the structural assessment. So we were able to adjust what we originally thought would be the cost down to what it was actually based on the approval of council. And then Rand Street increase adjustment. Again, we had approval from council, so we were able to adjust it to actual costs. Then we have the lift station dedicated standby generators. So this was delayed and that reduced the capital budget by 187. Then we had the sidewalk machine that was delayed and that reduced this current capital budget by 312,000. And then we have the backhoe that was also delayed that reduced the capital budget by 271,000. And the reduction in the stormwater from, Trogotha Creek stormwater system upgrade reduction. So that reduced by 672. Then we had the Windsor stormwater Cunnable Creek reduction, which was 2,250,000. And then we have the small scale solar project that was delayed by 25,000. We had the EV chargers for 76 Morrison Drive for 10,000. The council chambers upgrades for 60,000 and the Hantsport Fire Department engine 12 compartments upgrades for 25,000. The hydraulic jaws of life for 80,000. The truck bay floor coating for 84,470. The Civic Center floor for 25, the Brooklyn Station 2 apparatus floor for 80, and then the electrical outlets for Garrish Street for 55, and lastly, the splash pad for 450. So with those reductions, we reduced the capital budget by 5 million. 30,849. So now we're proposing a capital budget of 51,310,834. Looking at where the capital budget lies by department. Again, I will try and increase this because I know it's a little small. So we have protective services sitting at 1.5 million or 3% of the overall budget. We have administrative sitting at 0. We have planning sitting at 638,000 or 1% of the budget. We have community development at 3.7 million at 7% of the budget. We have information technology at 85,000, which is below the 1% or 0%. And then we have the Public Works General, which is at 7.9, which is 16%. And we have the capital renewal projects, which are 33% at 16.9 million. And we have the Windsor, not Windsor, the West Hants stormwater, the West Hants sewer system at 1.3 at 3%. And we have West Hants water utility at 19 at 37% of the capital budget. Any questions on capital before I get into reserves?
Any questions? Councillor Scott McLean.
Thank you, Chair. It's regarding, I guess, through you to Dr. Rashawn, it's regarding the Avondale boat launch. So basically that we're taking out the 105,000, that was to extend it beyond the actual concrete boat launch.
So we're not taking it out.
Okay.
We're adding it in because it was an additional motion of council if it was possible. And I will direct the question over to Director Richard about what the nature of the original motion was on the construction side. I have a
Okay.
little bit of gap in time there. He has more details.
Through your chair, yeah. It's not taken out because it's already taken place. So there's additional rock and surge gone in past the existing precast panels that were put in. So that's the work that was done. Motion of council to extend that first, so you can launch a little bit more as the tide goes out. So that was,
Okay.
but that work is being completed as we speak.
Okay, and so like it's in the works right now. So the fire service could launch the boat like at low tide. There's nothing affecting that. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'm not, I wouldn't say how low it goes out. I think there's a part where, the water is quite a ways out there that you may not be able to launch, but I'm not too familiar with launching a boat on low tides, but we were doing all we could within the permit that we had to operate in with fisheries.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor John Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So my question's around the water charges on the capital. I would think that would be part of the water utility, but it's part of the municipal budget. Why is that?
So as part of the utility and review board, we still have to prepare a capital budget and an operating budget for the water utility. So it makes up part of the budget.
I see. But the water utility pays for that section of it. Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions? Seeing none on capital, so.
Just got to get it back up here. Give me 1 second. Perfect. So going into the reserves. So again, I'll highlight this. Again, you have a copy in front of you. I was able to fit this on one slide as well, so we won't be jumping out into the other document. But we have our operating reserve spend to capital that has increased. Increases in the spend, you'll see in brackets, because it does, if we're increasing our spend, we're reducing the reserve budget. So that's why you'll see it that way. So we have 8,302 that have increased the spend to capital. Then we have our Canada Community Building Fund spend decrease. So that is made up of the 450 for the splash pad as well as the 25 for the solar project. Then we have the operating reserve spend to operating that's decreased. So that decreased by 368. And then we have the operating reserve spend to capital that decreased to by 70. And then we have the Canada Community Building Fund spend increase of 112, 182. And we have the West Hants Water Depreciation Reserve spend decrease of the 31, 287. Again, that one's linked to the water main loop. The 112 is linked to the Avondale boat launch as well as the Causeway Trail paving. And you'll see that the decrease in the capital from the operating reserve is associated to the EV chargers for Morrison Drive and the council chambers upgrades. And the decrease in the 8,000 or increase, sorry, of the 8,302. That one is associated to the, let me just see, where is it here? That one is associated to the increase, sorry, in the paving and design adjustments that we just presented within the capital. So that being said, that for our spend, we have reduced our spend from our reserves by 823,785. Then under our additions to reserves, we have an increase in our Windsor infrastructure addition by 485,000. We have an increase in the infrastructure addition for the Hansport Infrastructure Reserve of 76,600. And we have the operating reserve addition decrease of 328,000. So this is the opposite. So you'll see that when we have a decrease in our additions, that means we have less money going into our reserves. So you'll see that in the brackets this time. So that net variance is an overall increase in the reserves by 234,350. So the reserves have increased from over the last 4 days by 1,058,135. Are there any other questions before we move into answering some of the questions that and inputs that we received over the last couple days?
Counselor Yanish.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question on the last slide. There was a line saying operating reserve addition. So which operating reserve was that? The regional operating reserve or the West Hants operating reserve?
So that would have been the West Hants operating reserve.
Thank you.
Any other questions, counselors, before we move on? Counselor Ivy.
Yeah, maybe one of the questions later, I'm not sure, but even with this, so Director Sean, one of the things that had come up in your initial presentation with us and through the other meetings was the issue with the operating reserve and it actually going below the policy base of 10% of revenues. So the question that was just asked regarding the additions to the reserve of 300,000 and change, I didn't get it. Was it 368? Is that what?
328.
328. Is that going to reduce the, I don't know what, I'm going to struggle with getting the words around this, the shortcoming that we seem to have had with the operating reserve on the west-hand side?
This is an in and out expense. So you'll see that the 328 is also part of the 368. So it's going to be an in and an out. So it doesn't actually have impact on the ending projected balance because we're not putting the money in and we're not taking the money out.
So when you're saying it's having no effect, it's nominal because those are two slightly different numbers. Am I safe to, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The net decrease is a net with other project. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions, counselors?
Sorry, to answer your question, that would be the 40,000 from the home flood protection program. Yeah.
Seeing no lights, we'll continue on.
All right. So I am going to hand the floor over to our CAO. He has kind of compiled everything over the last few days to help support our next round of conversations before we get into more direction.
Okay, thank you, Carly. So what I'll try to do here is we had a number of emails that were shared and apologies if I don't represent an individual point of view. I tried to kind of summarize some of the key themes that were emerging from the emails. I will leave it to you to advocate for some of your individual positions where you say, I'd like to see it look like this, and I'd like to see it look like that. So I'll leave that to you as you debate this thing further. But just as a summary, here are some themes that emerged, which may, Madam Chair, guide council's discussion or not. And then there's a handful of questions that I think probably still haven't been answered, or if they have, we can just recapture them. With respect to themes, I think we could hopefully agree that on the capital side, there's still ongoing discussion about the outdoor operations building. Where should it be in the budget this year, next year? How should it be financed? Are we utilizing grants? Should it be approved until or if grants are associated with it? So we'll just say that outdoor facility. The other capital items are the splash pad was something that kept kind of popping up through different discussions. And then the community center, but I'd say felt like more questions around the community center, maybe more than prioritization, but that may be something folks want to explore. On the operating side, some of the themes that were emerging were comments around community development and recreation and the importance of that service and the importance of not reducing it. Now, I think I can make a comment here that we've not made any reductions in the community development program, period, across all areas. We've made reductions in what the department proposed for 25, 26, which in some cases were improved services, just the natural kind of maturity of the programs or things that folks have asked for. So just wanted to clarify that generally there's no reduction in community development compared to last year, but there were reductions in the program that was being presented. Operating, there's lots of discussion about the township and the costs associated with township and where that should be charged and who should pay for that. So some discussions there. Dial-a-ride and the importance of that service and folks wanting to kind of revisit that conversation because of the importance of it. And then just generally comments about size and scale with fire service and what it should look like and the certainty of making sure they get what they need to do the job, but ensuring we don't have duplication and some of those comments. And there is a question around that as well, which I'll touch here in a moment. And then finally, comments about reserve utilization. Generally, your concern about paying for your day-to-day expenses essentially out of your savings. And are we leaning on that too much? And is that sustainable? If those are the themes, if I missed one, apologies. To me, that was kind of my interpretation of some of the things that were coming out. Of course, there were individual point of views about positions, the importance of some of those positions, and maybe wanted to revisit that. Questions. I think maybe Madam Chair, if we could just highlight some of the questions that were embedded. And again, if I've missed a few folks, maybe we'll give an opportunity. I'll list the questions, Carly, so that council knows what they are. And then if there's additional ones, maybe we can allow that. So one of the questions were around just a little bit better explanation as to what a public works cost distribution means and how that's represented in the budget. What is that thing and what does it represent? An explanation of a 30.2% increase in the public works admin / roads account. There was kind of an inquiry around that. What is that value? Why is it what it is, or why has it increased? The next question was, what were the 50-50 levels, 50-50 funding for the fire services? Do we have a sense of what those values were? We do. Community center, what are the order of the projects? Some questions about the structural assessment and how that guides some of the other items in the budget. Community beautification, a better definition of what that means. Tremaine Crescent, I think we've talked about that a little bit, but we can revisit that. Please explain Tremaine Crescent and why things are moving and what that means. We had a question about the Little River Bridge and the AT Trail. I think we probably addressed that last night. I think you asked that last night, John, in the council meeting. So maybe we addressed that last night. There's a question about Community Way as a street. Questions about sidewalk upgrades and impact on the capital budget. Maplewood Cemetery. Forecasting development agreements and projects. Essentially, when are those tax streams coming on board? And can we clarify a little bit what economic development means and who's doing those things? So Carly and I had a quick chance to rehearse these questions and answers. So I think probably between the combination of the two, but department heads, if you can kind of be on the ready there, maybe we can do these kind of quickly, quick answers. And then if there's other things. So Carly, maybe Public Works. So the two questions specifically, what does the Public Works cost distribution represent? So if you could just revisit that.
Yep.
And then perhaps that line item on the 30.2% increase for Public Works admin and roads.
Yeah, certainly. So again, I will rely on our Director of Public Works. If there's anything I miss, he can add in. The Public Works distribution costs cover things like shed maintenance for both the Hansport and the Windsor sheds, and then shed supplies as well. Again, both shed fuel and power for both. Meals for union and contracts. So there's some associated union related items that go in here. Safety clothing, CUPE labor relation items, and road, gravel, and materials, as well as insurance for common organizational wide public works related items that gets broken out among all the departments. Again, it is a percentage that gets broken out. So we do base the percentage on what's in the approved budget so that we can do those allocations. And that is, in a nutshell, what covers everything within the distribution.
Then we had a line item, the Public Works admin, 30.2% increase.
Yep. So the next one is in admin roads, and that one is seeing an overall increase. Some of that is associated to the CET position. So the CET position was not included in last year's budget. Council approved last year to move forward with that position after budget was passed. Then that was to be funded from operating reserves last year. This year, it's the full position plus the benefits. So that's resulting in some of the increase. The other piece is overall, the Public Works budget is broken out by various departments based on where the tasks lie. Within the total Public Works budget, we have a master spreadsheet that has everybody who's in Public Works, and then a portion gets allocated into the various, and we reconcile to make sure that balances. So the overall Public Works budget for the entire area is 3.4 million. And that gets broken out over the libraries, waste, roads, stormwater, sewer, water, garbage, diversion, landfill, facilities, libraries, like all of those get a portion of that. So it could also depend on where the work is too. I know Todd explained in a previous meeting his process of how he determines what percentage of who gets placed to what. But we do have, for example, a significant number of stormwater related items that have been happening over the last year, presentations and studies and support that we're having to do on stormwater, and stormwater shows up in roads. So there could be, again, I'll look to Director Richard to answer that and confirm 100%, but there could be more of an allocation of time because there's more associated with stormwater in the upcoming year.
Okay.
If I didn't include everything, Director Richard, please jump in.
All right, the next one was around 50-50 funds that the fire services. So myself and Shalina sent out an email in early March. So these are the values that we did receive that the departments had indicated that they received from the 50-50 fund. And some are fiscal year and some might be calendar year based on what they presented, but I think it'll give you a sense of size and scale. So the Windsor Fire Department, to the best of my determination, that was a fiscal year, and that was approximately $114,000 received through the 50-50 funds. The Hansport Fire Department was more of a calendar year, and that was in the $73,000 range. Somerville Fire Department from April to October, which feels more like a fiscal year, but the email said up to October was around $27,000. And then the Brooklyn Fire Department was a fiscal year And as of the date of the email, 24-25 fiscal year, that value was around $138,000. So those were some of the values that departments had shared with us on the 50/50 funds that they received to help support the cost of the fire service. Now, some of those they expended some or all, and it's not a situation where it came in and it went out, but we do have examples of how it was spent. And I would say it was certainly on fire related matters. So those were the values. That's the answer to the question. The next question was kind of around the community center and the order of the structural assessment and some of the other projects. So I think we have 2 or 3 other noted projects in the capital budget, foundation repairs and flood protection improvements. Those things will either proceed or not when we have a sense of what the structural assessment tells us. Is it worth the continued investment in the building? How do we move forward? That was the importance of it. So it could be that we don't do those things or we do. And I think, Carly, without getting too much into it, we do have some funding there from the insurance, where we essentially settle with insurance because this continues to be delayed, that there's some insurance at play there as well. But mainly the question was, what about this structural assessment and why are these other things there? So hopefully that answers that question. Community beautification, I know we just talked about it. Can you define what those components are?
I'd just like to jump back quickly to your last question, just to kind of, again, I know that during our capital budget presentation, it was asked to Director Keogh on when the anticipated structural assessment was going to be completed, as well. So we do have a timeline for our insurance claim. So I know that I'm looking at her to see if she can give us a little bit of detail, Kathy, on the structural assessment timeline again. So, yeah, so that should be any time now. So we're still very early on in the year, and we have the insurance piece that's linked to that July 2024 flood.
Okay. What does community beautification? Just redefine that, please.
Yep. So community beautification includes community highway identification signs, which is a carryover. It includes beautification initiatives, which I'll look to Director Keogh to kind of explain. It also includes community gateway signs as well as blade signs. And I know council recently received a presentation on a lot of those. So that's within that area. Kathy, is there anything I missed that you want to add to that?
The only thing further that I would add to that, you mentioned the blade signs, which was included in that. It also includes room for waste bins if they're needed to be purchased, planters, Christmas lights, and a linger longer program, I guess is what you would call it, which is something we would like to start, which is basically a very rustic looking swing set and having multiple of those around the municipality where folks can basically, it's a photo op basically is what it is, where there's a scenic view. So there's not multiple included in this budget. We would like to complete 1, maybe 2 if they are not that expensive per year. So we'll see. And I think to a maximum of maybe 5 or 6 throughout the regional municipality. So yeah, depending council's wishes.
Okay, the next one was the Little River Bridge versus the washout. I think we talked about that last night. Question about Community Way as a road. Yes, we do now own that road, so it's our responsibility. We are now responsible for it. Maplewood Cemetery 210. What was that for, Carly?
So the 210 is our 5-year allotment. In the current year, there's 45,000. The 45,000 is related to the expansion, and it's survey and designs and preliminary groundwork this year. Next year, it's infrastructure and following the design. And then a columbarium. Did I say that correct? Yeah. And then in the next year, it's a columbarium.
So that was a 5-year total.
Yeah, that's a 5-year total. Yeah.
This is just one. Question around development agreements, projects, and what are their completion date? That was probably a forecast when those things are going to hit the tax roll. So we do know that development agreements do have a window. Is it 120 months?
It's just 20 days.
Yeah, they have to come in and sign it. They have to come in and sign it by that date, but then I don't know, I can't remember if they all have an expiry where if you don't do anything. But the answer is, we don't know. It's the pace of development, right? And you know, when the footings go in and the permits go out, it's an indication. But when they're going to be completed and when they hit the tax roll, we don't know. Now, we do know that the early December is when the tax roll is more or less complete. And nothing after that is influenced. So they'll look at projects that are started, half built or completed, or somewheres between permit and final occupancy, and they'll make a judgment call on those things. So we do get some value for projects that are underway, but they are admittedly delayed. So to know when those things are going to hit the full tax roll, we don't know. That's be a magical thing, because then we could plan on all those things, right? But we do recognize, and I'm sure as you are, we got some significant projects in the bullpen, so to speak, that when they do come to fruition, they will have a significant impact. And we've talked a little bit about some of the commercial developments and when those things pop up, the impact that they will have. And then finally, further clarity about the role of economic development. That feels like a bit of a service delivery thing and maybe not a tax, not necessarily a discussion for tonight, but we do have our bids. And I know that the Valley Regional Enterprise Network has a nice slide that kind of describes the different roles and responsibilities. So your bids are boots on the ground, municipalities, usually environment, beautification, special events and marketing. And then you have your REN at the regional level, which arguably do some marketing as well. And then NSBI and Nova Scotia Development are doing things at a higher level. So there are kind of distinct separations, but sometimes it may seem like everybody's doing the same thing, but there are different lanes. So I think those were the questions that we mined out of the emails. If we missed any, maybe
Well,
now's
yeah.
the time.
Okay, if you've missed any, we've missed any answerings, now's your time, and I'll start with Councillor John Smith.
Thank you to the CAO. A question around the cemeteries. So I think we own 2 cemeteries. Does that mean that we are obligated to expand the cemeteries? Or I noticed that we're going to expand Maplewood Cemetery. Do we have to expand Maplewood Cemetery, or is this an opportunity to exit the cemetery business? Like, what's the rules around that? I don't remember discussing it in council before.
So that's kind of a two-part thing, whether you want to start or stop, we'll leave that up to you folks. But as far as the land allocation and the lots that have been assigned, right, there will at some point be limited capacity. I don't know how full they are. Kathy might be able to comment. And of course, now we have percentage wise. And of course, now cremations and these things allow us to support families in a different way than the plot would. But how built out they are, I'm not sure. And I'm not sure Kathy knows or not, but.
I believe it was circulated in the workbook, or sorry, the information originally in the with council. So this would, yes, it would expand. We do already have the land. So that's what this work would do, is allow the municipality to obviously have more burials within the space that we currently own. It's not purchasing more land, but it would require that we build roads, because it's just a field right now. So we would have to build the roads and then assign have a survey for the plots and everything.
So is this cost neutral? Like, do we recoup the money from the burials from the cemetery?
No. So it's within this one, no, there would be a cost to the municipality, but there's also through the area rate, it's covered through the, part of the costs are covered through the area rate with the municipality. So the cost wouldn't be borne, I don't believe, across the whole municipality. It's primarily on the the Windsor
Hmm.
tax rate or area rate.
Yeah, so with the operating budget, we take the sale lots, care lots, all of those things off before we look at what we need from the area rates. And the Maplewood Cemetery is funded through the Windsor area rate. And the expansion, I'm just trying to bring it up here under, just give me one sec. I believe the expansion for 45,000 is eligible under CCBF. So, but I'm just, yeah, CCBF. So it's funded through the Canada Community Building Fund.
So the rest of the municipalities not funding the expansion of the cemetery.
No, it's funded through the Canada Community Building Fund. So it's funded through that reserve.
Okay. Another question, and it has to do with cemeteries as well. There's a line item there for the cemetery that's just across the road. The old cemetery, the old parish, yes. What's that line? What's that item for, that
In the
line?
in the capital budget, is that you're
It's
referring
like
to?
12
Or
or
the-
25,000 a year.
My 10 or 12, 10 to 15,000. Yeah. So it's the headstones. So basically we are cleaning and repairing headstones in that cemetery that in conjunction with the West Hants Historical Society.
Okay, okay. So is that a 1-year project or multi-year?
Multi-year. This would be our 3rd year of the project.
Okay. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Counselor Ivy.
Kind of forgot I put the light on. Um, just on the cemetery topic, because we've talked about it a few times, a couple of years ago, and we always get into the fact that there is a cost. It's tries to be cost neutral, but what we do with that. And I think typically we've said, well, we'll have a further conversation on it, but next thing you know, we're at the next budget cycle. It's my sense of it. And the way we do it now, and different places do it different ways, but you buy your plot and there's a built-in cost for ongoing maintenance, and then the rest of it then goes to taxpayers. Other places, as I think I've shared before, different places, the ongoing maintenance falls to those that you leave behind to pay the cost. That's in a different environment altogether than what we have here, but it may be something that it might be worth looking at, seeing what other models might exist. Just by way of information, not to create a work project or anything, but there may be other ways to be able to fund a cemetery that gives you longer term sustainability for taking care of those that have passed on, and that we're making sure the properties are getting the care that we believe they should be respectfully getting. So I just make that as a comment we made. Once we get out of the budget process and so on, it maybe that we at some point in time have a different conversation than what can we do to do with things differently without having the conversation. So
Okay. Counselor John Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So around the development list, the list of projects that we have in the queue, we did have a list in the last probably year, maybe 3 years. I think Director Poirier sent it out. I might be wrong, but it was a list of all the projects and the potential timelines, 2 to 10 years, 2 to 5 years. So it would be helpful to have that, just so council knows what's in the queue, because we pass so many things, we tend to forget what's there. But just walking and driving around Windsor and West Hants the past week, I see like 3 projects that are coming to completion this year, the fall, maybe the first of next year, that are going to be significant. They'll be paying a lot of revenue. So it would be helpful if people saw the list and knew what was coming. We tend to forget.
Perfect. Counselor Ivy.
yeah, thank you, Chair. To Councillor Smith's comment again is that recently one of the members of planning had asked about that, about development agreements in the works. And so I think planning actually, somebody had gone to the trouble of actually getting them loaded into the website somewhere. I haven't seen it myself, but it was talked about. And so there is, and whether that's, I think that might be once development agreements are completed. And the question was more along the lines of before the agreement's completed and they've signed, but nothing's happened before it, may be that you have to look at whether the development's going to take place at all. It was along those lines. So I think that information might be there, but you're right that it was provided. And further, I'd add to your comment, if I could, or to the information shared by CL Phillips, is that projecting when somebody's actually going to begin construction would be the difficult part. As we know, we've got one in front of us right now that's working its way through that was initially signed 20 years ago or thereabouts, which is really interesting, how the history on that has worked. But there are ones where we do know that the footings have gone in, that we are starting to see the progress taking place and so forth. That would be able to give us a better sense. And it sort of goes like in the sales business, it goes to having a funnel and knowing what's coming down the road. And because that can certainly be helpful in providing greater sense of comfort as to what the revenues are going to look like in any coming year. You get when you know they're getting pretty close to pulling in building inspection to give the approvals and so on, right? There may be things like that that'd be worth knowing from a financial standpoint. So.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Larry Pinch.
Thank you. So I just wanted to comment on the township position. I guess just to have general comments. So I have tried to do some digging myself with business owners. I'm just curious why, like, we took $29,000 out of grants that would be beneficial to all, community organizations. And we're funding a position that's like $60,000 a year for the Windsor Business Township. And I'm just curious how that decision came to be made. I know we're in year 2. I'm looking at you, Director Roshan, I think, of the 3-year decision that council had made to fund that position. Are there any specific measurable outcomes? Like, I know Councillor Smith had suggested that it might be related to economic development, but from my perspective of speaking with business owners within that area, I'm not certain that it's directly related to an increase in commercial business operation within that area. So I guess I'm just curious as to what the measurable outcomes were that led to the decision to fund that position. When we took funding procurement out, we're taking, 2 other positions out of the budget that we wouldn't fund that would be around the same cost, and then also removing like $29,000 from grants, like I said. So I guess I'm just curious for some additional information that maybe I'm not seeing.
Yeah. So within the original motion of council, I was just trying to find that original motion of council. I believe they had, and I'm just looking here, I believe it was done on the last day of our last year's budget meeting. So it was basically to enter into a funding agreement with the Windsor Township for a 3-year period with similar conditions of other funding agreements that we have, and that the amount be this plus a CPI adjustment. So I'm just going to dig into get the exact motion for you, just so that I can make sure that I am reading everything absolutely correctly in my memory. Yeah, so it was that council approved entering into a 3-year funding agreement with the Windsor Township to support the executive director position beginning in 24-25. Further, that this funding be set at $60,000 plus an adjustment for cost of living. So that was what the agreement was set. So there really wasn't a lot of conditions within that motion. However, through the funding agreement, we have asked for that the statements be reviewed externally and provided to the municipality, that there's proof of good standing with joint stocks, as well as that the township's plan for annual funding in the form of the job description, hiring timelines for this position be provided to the municipality. And I believe that was provided to Director Keogh. Nope. Oh, you're all good. So those are the conditions that we have within that agreement.
So there's no like direct reporting as far as percentages of like, requirements for what that role has to, no. Okay.
Madam Chair, they have an obligation to report to council. I can't remember if they've reported to this new council or not.
Quarterly.
Right. So you'll see some of Karen Cooper's newsletter type materials, but again, they have a board. They represent the business community, and we certainly listen to individual businesses, but we really try to channel their comments through the board, just like a council would be. And then of course the value of economic development, sometimes it's hard to measure, right? Sometimes it's connectivity and support, and it's business improvement. They have, you know, a signage program, special events. It's that kind of stuff, right? That we typically we don't do at our level. They are doing that. So, but again, back to those tiers of economic development, we could probably give you an update on that so you could understand more specifically what they are doing versus what we're doing.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's hard for me to justify that cost knowing the area, the small catchment area for which they serve, and also knowing that there are organizations that put on events like Avon River Days that are, you know, with volunteers that go out and solicit local business funds to support and sponsorships. So it's just a large chunk when we're looking at the other things that we're reducing, I think. So it's just a point of discussion.
Okay, Counselor Smith.
Couple more questions. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The one was around the sidewalks. I asked around sidewalks. We have $7 million in sidewalk spending, asphalt, sidewalk replacement, and new sidewalks. And I was wondering if this is an area that might be reduced and will it affect the tax rate? I know the asphalt sidewalks, I walk on them almost daily. Some of them are in good shape, but there are patches that are in bad shape. Maybe it doesn't need to be completely redone right now. And the new sidewalks, I'm not sure where they're at.
So Carly, maybe you could just respond to the 7 million, and then Todd's probably sitting over there too. How does that translate into projects in 25, 26?
Yeah, again, I'm just looking at, we're looking at the line, so just give me a second to find it so I can make sure we're looking at the same line here. So the asphalt sidewalk replacement represents 4.1 million. That is an ongoing, again, initiative of council to replace the current asphalt sidewalks with concrete. And then the next sidewalk.
But that's a 5-year number.
Yeah, that's the 5-year number. I'm going over the 5-year number to get to the 7 million. Then we have the Great Avon Street sidewalk for the 156. And then we have the nope, that wouldn't count. The Centennial sidewalk for 365. And then I assume you're also looking at the 5-year road renewal projects as well to get to the 7 million.
There was a little over 3 million, I guess, for new sidewalks. So that would go along with road renewal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So
Well-
then the asphalt sidewalk replacement, I'll hand over to Director Richard to kind of talk about where that might start.
Sure. So Carly, through you, Deputy Mayor. So Carly hit the some of the main points. So it has been a council initiative. You know, sidewalks. We get lots of complaints and concerns about sidewalks. So certainly, when we reconstruct a sidewalk, we like to reconstruct it to the accessibility standard, meaning there's tactile plates, it's concrete, it's a certain sloping, certain widths. So those all come with a cost. So to defer or not do that type of treatment, certainly that is an option for council to consider. Our asphalt sidewalks, a lot of them are in need of replacement. Some are very narrow, and some are, like you said, are very rough. But so the replacements for the asphalts is certainly, you know, just that's what it is, ripping up the asphalt and replace it with concrete. Concrete does come at a much increased cost, but it's the longevity, the material. Again, to meet that accessibility standard, it's hard to meet it with the asphalt sidewalk. So, but certainly open for suggestions or council directive to remove those things. We can do.
Was there any particular street that was earmarked in the next year or two for asphalt to concrete?
Yes, Chestnut Street was one, and King Street was the other. the one-way section of King Street. It's in poor condition. I think some of the counselors have got emails, actually
Mhm.
sent some emails on the concerns of that one. That one's going to take some design work because it's on a steep slope, most likely some retaining walls. So that's why it was deferred to this year, based on just a renewed estimate of increased costs.
Okay. I have a second question. It's not on sidewalks, but I asked a question about Community Way. I've been up there a few times and the road is complete. All the pipes are in the ground, hydrants are there, but there's no houses. So I learned from the developer that it's somewhat a tax issue because we have West Dance and Windsor rates on the same street, right? So I just bring it up because it's going to have to be a discussion we have, because we can't have a street that we're paying for with no houses. And we have no revenue coming from the street. And we have to plow it every winter, and everything is aging, but not getting any use. So it's not the greatest, not the way it's supposed to work.
No, that is how it works. They're responsible for the cost of the road. And they need to have a road so they can subdivide their lots and then build their homes on it, so that he can do it incrementally. Some folks do it that way, 100 meters at a time, 100 yards at a time, because they don't want to put the cost of the road down, or they bond it. But they need to do one or the other in order to subdivide the land that is on either side. So now he is literally shovel ready, but he could have waited or incrementally built that road. So his responsibility, but yes, we do have the cost now of operating it, but he needed to either bond it or build it in order to construct.
I guess I was looking out for our interests, because we're paying for the road now to plow it and maintenance and upkeep, and we will be for forever. But we don't have any revenue coming off of the road, so that's why I bring it up. And at the time, I didn't know if we actually own Community Way, but I've learned since I sent the email that we do.
Yeah. And generally, when developers get at that point in their development, a bonding is probably a bit more of a liability to them, and can be more of a cost because it's 100% plus. 100% plus 25 or 100% plus 50%. So they generally don't want to have us hanging on to those bonds any longer than they should, because it is capital tied up. So we say, get rid of the bond and build a street, or build the portion of the street that you want to build associated with the construction that you have scheduled. So in this case, that developer built the street and now he's shovel ready.
Good.
Okay.
Counselor Larry Pinch.
So I have a question about Cannibal Creek that came up from resident, and I just thought of it. I know we removed the 2,250,000 out of the budget. Does that mean that nothing's happening on that? Is that an effect? But we removed it because it was going to be that long before we would have.
We've reduced it.
We've reduced it.
Yes. So we reduced it to 250,000. It was 2.5 million. And so we have 250,000 for design in this year.
Okay. So sorry, through you, Chair, to maybe it's Director Richard. So are we reducing what we would have completed in this year by reducing that amount, or we wouldn't have actually completed that other $2 million worth of costs this year anyways?
Sure, through you, Deputy. Great question. So we just reduced essentially the amount that we're forecasting that will be spent in this fiscal year. It's going to be June here shortly, so we're moving fastly through our fiscal year. So the intention is not to reduce the scope; it's just to reduce the amount that we forecast of seeing. Once we're ready, it's going to be quite a detailed scope to come up with a detailed design. That's going to take a while. So once we do have the detailed design, that's usually billed in progress payments, so that they do so much and they'll bill a monthly. So we just prorated that realistically, how much we would be spending of the 2.5 million. We saw it as a cost savings for this budget year, that extra is going to be carried over to next year. It's council's direction to proceed with the detailed design, because most likely the amount, it's going to come back to you for final approval as a report. So we just prorated that amount. So no scope. We're still planning on moving forward with this project. The detailed design of this project is just a reduction in the amount we're forecasting that we'll spend this fiscal year.
Any other questions? I had saw lights on that have come off. So just Councillor Ivy, just want to double check. Are you?
Yeah, so I guess what I'll do is I'll ask first, because we've got conversation going on with a few things here. We just want to do the Q&A through council to the CAO and staff at present. Or are we wanting to, because I don't want to weigh in with other information on some of the matters if we're not at that stage. I just want to be clear before we.
I thought we were doing on the questions that were submitted from the emails.
My sense, so I'm fine with
Yeah.
that. I just didn't want to, like my last time I weighed in was informational more than so.
No. Councillor Larry Pench, did you have a follow-up? Another question? No. I just want to make sure. I don't want to miss anybody. So is there any other questions on the questions and answers that were emailed in that CAO have gone over? Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Chair. Through to CAO. Yeah, the J-class roads. So it's still 500,000 a year for how many years? Just curious.
That's what we have budgeted. I believe that's a 3-year agreement, correct? You Paul?
Yeah, the J class roads, I believe, is a 3-year agreement, but we have a 5-year built into the budget. So we had, just in case they renew the project in the 5 years. So we have 500 over the next few, and then we drop down as we reduce our consolidation reserve to half of that, so 250 for the remaining years.
Okay, and a follow-up. So it's the consolidation funds that we received years ago. That's what's funding this?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Being none, Director Rashawn? We can,
All right.
Wherever
I
you
put
wanna
the
go.
floor in your hands, Madam Chair. It is now time for council direction and discussion on what you'd like to do, how you'd like to move forward, and then we'll break if there is any changes. Again, I ask for majority. If there is a change, that we have the majority in favor of that change. So I'm making sure that the changes aren't different scenarios.
okay, so councillors, we have the budget in front of us. We have gone through everything that was submitted. So now I guess this is our turn to say, are we fine with the budget as is, or do you want to make more cuts? Or I'm at your will of what you want to see or direction you want to carry on in. So Councillor Larry Pench.
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to ask, I know the mayor had made the suggestion in his email that he had sent to us where he couldn't be present today about putting that township funding under Windsor Hansport commercial rate and not the general commercial rate. Is that something that is feasible? I know when we initially discussed it, Director Rochon, you had suggested that it should go on the general rate, but he made a good point in the sense that it are the businesses within Windsor and Hansport who are getting the direct benefits of what those are from that position, so that it would be better suited for those commercial area rates to support the funding as opposed to the general West Hants commercial rate.
So if council wants me to do that, I can figure out, but I will need some direction if we're only going to be adding the 5,000 to Hansport, or do you want a different funding model for the 105,000? If you want to break it out, I'll just need clear direction on what you want, your intention is in that sense. And then I can go back and calculate the rates. It's not something I can do right off the top of my head, but if we go back to what a penny's worth, so the total amount is 105. So you'll be reducing the general commercial rate by the 6.68 cents. But the Hansport commercial rate, every change of $1,700 is a penny. So depending on what you guys decide, it will put the commercial rate in Hansport up more significantly. And then the Windsor commercial rate is 6,719. So every change of 6,719 will then, of course, add a penny to the Windsor commercial rate, in which case we'll also reduce any contributions we'll reduce the contributions to reserves, basically. So, but we can definitely do it. You just need direction.
So I have 3 other lights. So since we are on this topic, if it's all right, we'll continue with this topic. And I have written in order how everyone's turned on. So Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So there's the 2 components there. And so as it relates to the township, there's the levy component of it, which the programming, and absolutely that was taken on, and that was taken on by West Hants again back in 2021. And I can't recall the impetus of that, if it was us or it was them, but that's been in place for quite a period of time. I know we still refer to it as the bids, but I don't know that bids still exist as an entity per se, as much as it was an organization that continued beyond the removal of bids back in the late 90s. That, as with the other component as it relates to, where we have the agreement in place with them, I don't know how good an idea it is for us to change that midstream, given that it was put forward based on a program that was put in place a year ago, albeit late within that budget cycle. But to change that at this point in time, or to do anything, impacting that's going to change the view of the business folks. We really should have had a conversation with them before now, I think. And whether that was us going to them or them coming to us, but that conversation should have been held. They were last here, the end of last year. I think they've been in front of all of us, if I remember correctly. So I'm a bit reticent to look at putting a change in on that program or those programs. And I'll just say equally the same thing, but it's a different vein on the dial-a-ride piece of it that, and I won't cross the stream. I'll leave that for now, but on this
We'll
one here.
come back to the
Yeah.
dialogue. Great. Councillor Yanish.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the question I have, and it sort of saw parts of it during some of the email exchanges that we had, is whether if these costs were shifted from the general rate, let's just say to Windsor, do they have to affect the tax rate? Right now, there are funds going into reserves for Windsor, and can the cost of the township expenses, can they be covered from those reserves rather than being added to the tax rate?
We just reduced the contribution to that infrastructure reserve.
So it doesn't have to affect the tax rate.
Councillor Paul Morton.
I was gonna say $5,000 is all Hansport should pay, because that's all they get out of it.
Councillor Bob Morton, you had your light on. I just don't want to miss you. I just
Same vein as Councillor Yanish, so we're good.
Okay, great. No, I just want to make sure. Councillor Larry Pinch.
Yeah, I was just going to agree. I'm not suggesting that we don't fund it this year. I do think that it's late in the cycle and they would have deserved notice. I'm just suggesting, and based on the comments you hear around the table, including Councillor Morton's just recently, 5,000 is all Hansport gets out of it. So 5,000 is what they should pay. I think that leads to the conclusion that it should lie within the people who are receiving the service. So if we can do it within the Windsor tax rate and we just reduce our contribution to reserves, I think that would be more appropriate than the general commercial rate, and even more so than the West Hants area rate for residents.
Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, so I feel, the need to point out, again, at the higher level as it relates to this, that we're sort of starting to repeat the same thing that we're trying to get out of by using reserves and funding operational matters that, and not exactly the same, because in the one case, we're doing it on tax rates and, like we really, no, I appreciate the comment. I think it was worth putting on the table, but I think that's where we collectively need to figure out how we want to see things operated going forward, because we'll be doing this with every item, honestly, and trying to figure out how to parse out this budget. I don't want to change the subject. I'll leave it at that on this topic, but there's plenty more to come.
So to add to Counselor Ivy's comment, I think that was something that should be considered around this table, because yes, taking from that Windsor infrastructure reserve means that we'll have less money to fund road renewal projects, which then in turns potentially more borrowing, so it all is linked, right? So when you're making these decisions, to Counselor Ivy's point, it's important to kind of look at it, take yourself out of that piece, look at it at a higher level to say, okay, so this is going to trickle to this, that's going to trickle to that. So it's all connected. So eventually it'll come around. Again, it won't come around today. So again, we can do what council wishes and I can go back and do my calculations, but it is something, to Councillor Ivy's point, that we should consider.
Would you allow me to ask a question right at the moment where I'm chair, if no one has any, if you don't mind? I don't have the mayor here to take for me. And Carly, I have a question. I don't know if it's the time, but I need to straighten something out in my head. So when I go and I look, we've reduced, it was a 10 cent, and we're down to what increase?
5 cents.
So are we, and we're taking stuff from, when we're adding everything, we're putting it on the general rate. So that is why the West Hants rate's going up and the Windsor Enhanced Sports not. Correct.
So yes and no, we all pay the general rate,
Yes.
but their area rates are going down because.
Well, that's why I'm going to refer to page 73. So like West Hants has gone down 14.4%, Hansport 9.4, Windsor 1.9. So they're going down for, can you explain that?
Yeah. So you're looking, and I'm just going to bring it up so that we're looking at a current,
Yep.
'cause I think you're looking at your budget document.
Yeah.
So just give me 1 second here.
Don't want to get off too
No.
far a rabbit hole here, but just trying to, yeah.
Yep. So share, and okay. So what you'll see here is they all pay the general rate. The area rates will fluctuate depending on what's being moved off the area rates and what's being moved in. So for instance, through this process, we have reduced the withdrawal from reserves for the West Hants rate. So you're going to see that negative has reduced. So the area rate's gone up, but the general rate's gone down. So the net difference is the 5 cents. Same with the Hansport and the Windsor rate. So as you'll see, as expenses come off, it's decreased. Then we look at keeping the rate the same. So we look at what the general rates adjusted, and we look at what the capacity is in the combined rate to then make contributions to reserves then. Does that answer your question? I'm trying to. So I know this one's a little complicated to explain, but it is as expenses get moved off those area rates that they change.
So when the expenses are coming off the area rate, where are they going?
They're going to the general rate.
And that's why the West Hants rate is increasing.
Or they might be disappearing.
Or they might be disappearing.
Yeah. Historic, yeah.
Yeah.
So they could be
Yeah.
disappearing.
Yeah.
What percentage are disappearing to what's being added?
So I don't have that rate here with me. I could do a quick calculation for you. I know West Hants had one of the sewer debt is going to be finalized this year. Hansport had one debt come off last year. So that was the last year for it. And I know Windsor has one debt coming off this year. We also had the new contract for the landfill collection and waste collection and recycling, all that's general rated now. Again, we have the EPR that's also general rated, so that revenue is going to impact the general rate as well. So all of that's kind of built in there now. And I did do two scenarios with that. So if you have a secondary question on that, I can kind of answer that question. But that's kind of the biggest changes this year. Debt coming off. And then stuff moving to the general rate, which the only thing that moved to the general rate this year was waste.
Was the waste.
Mhm.
Okay. I just wanted to get that clear in my head.
Yep.
Sorry, folks. I just wanted to.
The other things that again impact the area rates right now are those municipal facilities. So any changes within those municipal facilities impact the West Hants rate or the Windsor rate.
Correct. Counselor Ivy.
Yeah, so I just kind of want to piggyback on the question that you just asked, Chair, because same one that I have, and that's the reason I know I put my document out late today and people may not have received, looked at, seen or anything. It was more high level philosophical policy about what we want to be thinking about. But part of it goes to that exact same question that we've got. If you look at the increases that we're seeing in the general rate that we're all being impacted by, but we were able to hold Windsor and Hantsport at the same. And I can't remember the word that you used, Director Rochon, when you were talking about this on what we're doing with reserves, but it was going into the infrastructure reserve. But what was the term you used to describe that?
So the variance after we add the what is needed for the expenses within the areas, plus the general rate expenses, the variance in that to hold the rate is what we then take to contribute to the infrastructure reserves.
And by contributing to the infrastructure reserve, how are we holding the rate on that? Because we're holding money in the reserve.
Because we're
Here-
putting, it's an expense on that tax, that area rate, and it puts the money into that reserve because it's the road infrastructure and is all in within that area. And we use that money on the flip side in the general rates to help reduce the debt servicing.
Okay. It's just very peculiar that we've got, I don't know about anybody else, but we did the same thing last year. You can see it in the same numbers last year where we had the increase on the general rate experienced by everybody. But Windsor and Hantsport held, and I don't know that West Hants, did you guys move?
I'm down to penny because you fought about it for an hour.
No, we're.
Right, you're right. We squeezed a penny out, but otherwise it was, yeah. No, absolutely right. That's what took place. But it's, because we weren't having this kind of a conversation.
We're doing what with Windsor, what West Hants did with Hantsport.
Yeah.
So Hantsport could have decreased. Windsor could have decreased in the rate, but by maintaining their rates, it allows Windsor and Hantsport to directly contribute to the infrastructure that they benefit from. I'm not saying all of that goes to Windsor or all of it goes to Hantsport, but it is an indirect way of funding projects in those areas. The other difference is dropping the rate. I mean, just think fundamentally, pre-consolidation, you have higher and lower rates. And the more that you general rate, the more that this thing happens. And the more that the debt disappears from Windsor or Hantsport, then that rate's going to drop as well. Unless you're adding specific services that you want to area rate. So this thing is naturally going to happen as you general rate things. Now that's a philosophical discussion. That's, in the community, right? About who was paying what before and who was getting what they didn't get, who was getting it at a reduced price and who was paying for it and all the rest. But one of the things that happens with consolidation is this thing. That's what's happening as you generate more things. And we can't yet generate RCMP. It's still area rated because it has a significant impact to the West Hants side of the thing. So Windsor and Hantsport could have dropped more from a tax rate perspective, but we took the historic perspective that West Hants did with Hantsport. Instead of charging them less, let's put some of that, let's keep that rate flat. And let's put that into capital reserves and spit it out on the other end and funding the projects that happen in those communities. So it's kind of an indirect area rate, but it's not. Think of that way.
Counselor Paul Morton.
So I'll give you a little history on that. The former mayor and myself on council when we dissolved Hantsport. Him and I had some very quiet drives back home. 'Cause he wanted to reduce the tax rate. No, I said, leave it alone. We got to get work done. There's still work to be done everywhere, right? So if you start dropping the tax rate, you still got to put it back up. Leave it where it is. You get some money in the bank, and then you can leverage it third, and third. So whatever you save, you should be able to get 2/3 more.
I'm gonna go to Counselor McLean.
Okay, thank you, Chair, through you to Director Sean. So if we potentially raise the Hansport and Windsor rate by 5 cents, what would that do to the West Hants rate? Is that kind of
It wouldn't get touched because it would go directly on to the, and again, this is residential. We're talking commercial. So it wouldn't get touched because it would come off the general rate. So if I just flick over here, it would come off of this proposed rate. So it would reduce this back. So it would have zero change. And then these would result in increases over here. So the West Hants rate of 80 cents wouldn't change. The general rate would be lowered by the 6.68 cents. And then that would get distributed over these two rates here, the 277 and the 287, based on the penny and what allocation we would put in there.
Counselor McLean, were you asking for residential or?
residential? Whereas the previous slide.
Yeah, so the Business District Society has already been removed from these numbers, so it doesn't impact this residential tax rate at all.
Okay, it's just that if we're potentially going to raise the West Hants tax rate, should be raising every tax rate. But that's just my opinion, but I'll let that go.
And that is again up to council. If you guys want to do that, I can increase contributions to reserves. And we can do that within the residential rates as well.
Counselor Larry Pinch.
Thank you. So I think kind of on the same lines as Councillor McLean. So I think where rural residents and perhaps rural councillors have a hard time is that yes, Windsor's and Hansports isn't changing because they could be reduced, but that's also because some of their services have gone into the West Hants area rate and things have, or sorry, general rate. So things have become general rated that weren't always general rated. And they're putting money into infrastructure reserves for which the infrastructure costs are mainly located within those communities. So they're not paying anymore, but West Hants residents are paying for additional services that they didn't have to pre-consolidation because it's got general rated that would have solely been on the town or the town of Hansport. And so ours are increasing. While yes, those two town centers could decrease and it's going into infrastructure reserves instead, but that's because things have come off of their plate and their debt servicing is going down while our rate is going up, which I know speaks to what the CAO said about it leveling out. But I think that these were concerns pre-consolidation from West Hants residents that because they were going to make up the larger portion of the tax base, that their area rate was the rate that would theoretically be easiest to increase because of the revenues that would come from a penny from them as opposed to a penny from Windsor and Hansport. And that things, forgive me if I'm incorrect, but things like roads that used to only be in the town are now in the general rate. Some portions of those.
Yeah, so there used to be a portion, there used to be West Hants roads too. So everybody had roads, but 2 years ago they made the general rating all of roads.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I understand, but it's difficult because those residents aren't seeing any additional value than what they did before, but they are paying more while what they see is that the Windsor and Hansport rate is unchanged. So it's West Hants residents who are encompassing the additional costs by the increase in the tax rate. So I don't know if there's a better way to explain that to residents or if it just is what it is and there's not a better way to try to make that feel a bit softer because it is difficult to get your head around how that works.
So I would also say, as a recommendation, that some of the West Hants costs also came off and went on the general rate. So it wasn't just Hansport and Windsor costs. And then in addition to that, I would also say looking at the overall infrastructure comments, that gets funded into those infrastructure reserves. And any borrowing that we get is also on the general tax rate. So that reduces that borrowing, which in turn reduces the general tax rate. So the Windsor and Hansport areas are funding their reserve to reduce the general tax rate if we have to borrow against their infrastructure projects. Does that? Yes. Okay.
Counselor Paul Morton.
Just rebuttal a little bit on this. It's not all generator stuff that's reduced Hansport. It's historic debt. Hansport owes one more debt, and I think it's done in June. Everything we came with, baggage we came with is gone.
Yeah.
So all that money we were paying is taken care of Hansport's debt by Hansport residents.
Yeah.
It's not generated that paid for it. It's Hansport residents.
So again, Hansport's area rate, just to kind of complement the conversation, is made up of the Riverbank Library and the historical debt, which there is only one left, and the West Hants area rate as well, because they originally paid for this building and everything as they came on. So the West Hants rate is built into that as well. So, and the West Hants historical debt, so they pay for the West Hants historical debt. They pay for the 76 Morrison Drive. Those would be the main things. And then the former pensions. Again, and we only move in our CMP. And again, our CMP, when we did that initial calculation back in 2020, 2021, it was based on, I believe, the number of officers at former detachments when we did a 70-30 split.
Counselor McLean.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Director Sean. So basically the Windsor and Hansport residential rates are not changing here. So they're not going to see a tax increase at all. Am I correct in saying that?
Based on what we've proposed, but council can choose to increase them by contributing more to reserves if they want.
Okay. So I'm just put it out to all of council. I just did some quick math in my district. Some houses have gone from 200 to 400,000. And I have to explain with the proposed 5-cent tax increase that they're going to be paying $300 to $400 more in 2025, 2026. So that's where I'm at with this. I don't know how everybody else feels, but yeah, I'm just showing it out there.
Counselor, oh, you're good. Okay. Director Rashawn.
So I know we kind of got a little off
Topic,
but so if we could circle back now that we've answered some questions to the commercial rates for the business development societies.
Okay. So you heard the explanation a while ago on we got sort of off on that. So do you want everyone clear on that? Counselor Bob Morton. I can tell when you guys are thinking, so I'm going to call on you.
Smoke comes out, right? Certainly wouldn't want to see that, I don't think, on the West Hants rate. A lot of businesses in my district, they reached out, what are we going to get from it, right? And I couldn't answer that. There was nothing they would benefit from it other than higher expense. So if we put it back how we started, or put it on those two, and I don't know how much Hansport gets, but I know they certainly concentrate their time in Windsor, so the 5,000 is probably a true number if we do it that way.
Counselor Larry Pint.
I'm happy for it to go on whichever commercial rate, but I am not personally satisfied for it to go on the West Hants residents, especially given the comments we've just had around the table to put this back on them. Yeah. And I think it's a bigger conversation in the future because decisions like that do have lasting impacts, as I know all of council knows. And I think that we're feeling some of those right now.
Any other comments on that? We have, I guess, one scenario right now that's been an option. Counselor Ivy, did you have?
Well, my comment is that I don't see how we could take it off and then put it back on. And like, we really want to get where we want to stabilize what we're doing with these rates and these services. And I don't know if the philosophy has changed so much in that regard that it is spread. It is something that what takes place with business in Windsor and in Hansport, and whether it's 3 Mile Plains or Garland's Crossing and so on, all spreads throughout the area. There are certainly those who would see larger impacts because of proximity to more services, but the reality is that all spreads. I remember talking about the donut example back when it was just Windsor, that what goes on here spreads out, but equally what goes on in West Hants comes in. We're not restricted here by the borders that we have with our business, and God knows the world certainly changed in the last 5 years with what we saw by way of all the online ordering and everything else taking place. That there is a cost to running business and doing it, but I don't know that changing it again at this late stage is the right thing to do to shift on that tax, the source of that tax coming through.
So right now we have moved it to
The general commercial rate from the general residential rate.
At your will, so we can take a vote on the two. Councillor Yanish.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I don't know if I expressed my opinion, but I do feel that the cost for the township should definitely be placed on Windsor in one form or another. And I can't speak for what Windsor residents prefer. The only reason I mentioned the issue of trying to maybe not having an impact on taxes was I thought that might make it more palatable, and I fully understand the whole issue of not using infrastructure reserves, because in the long term that will affect the amount of amount we pay for long-term debt. So I get that, but I would not like to see those costs on either the general commercial or general residential rate.
Okay, any other comments? So Director Rashan, I'm going to put it out there. I've heard from 4 councillors, and I'm hearing putting it on the commercial Windsor and Hansport rate. So all those in favor of putting it on the Windsor and Hansport rate, and we can get into the amounts for either or after we do this show of hands. Is that clear?
We should specify the amount we're talking about here.
Okay, do you want to specify the amount right now at the same time? I'm at your direction. We have 5,000 for Hansport and 100 for Windsor. Councillor Ivy. Oh, late.
All right. So the reason I'm asking about the amount is because we have, again, there's 2 line items here. One is the basic levy, and 2 is the programming coordinator piece of it. And although we've been talking about this generically, it hasn't been clear to me that we were talking about both or just one. And so I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page here versus us, a week from now going, well, what were we talking about?
So I think it's 60,000.
So the direction originally was to move the 105 for Downtown Development Society. So that would include it all.
Yeah. So I've heard move it all, and I've heard the 5,000 to Hansport. So I'm at your will, how you want to do this. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think put the 5,000 on Hansport and the 100,000 on Windsor. Leave the West Hants commercial rate alone.
Councillor Ivy.
Yeah. So in that context, and I'm not jumping up and down to do this, but I'd say that we do that out of reserves, out of the infrastructure reserve, through the contribution of that. That would be my position on that. Others may feel differently, but I'll take the infrastructure reserve option, at least for this year, which will buy us the time to sort out what we do in that way. And I appreciate the suggestion.
So I sort of have 3 things now. We have moving it to the commercial rate for Hansport and Windsor. We have the 100,000, 500,000, or the 5,000 split. And we have using infrastructure reserves.
I know we talked in generalities. It is slightly different for each of those. So I would prefer, if you're giving me direction, to just say the Hansport portion and the Windsor portion. And then
Okey-doke.
I will move the appropriate amounts because it's not quite 5,000 and it's not quite 100,000, but we talked in general. Yeah. So
General terms.
yeah.
Okay. So if everyone's good with that, we're going to move. Counselor Smith.
Yeah, thank you. I'm wondering if we put it on the Windsor, we talked about putting it on the Windsor commercial rate.
Yes.
What would that do to the commercial rate? I missed that. So would it move it from,
Yeah, it would go up. I just give me a 1 second here. Sorry, I was. So for every 6,700 that we put on the Windsor commercial rate is a penny. So if we just use the general 100,000,
18 cents, roughly. Yeah. Yeah.
so I'll just echo my comments in my email, in my comments that I sent to everyone earlier this week. The commercial revenue that we get from the tax rate is very, very low. It's only 4%. We need to do everything possible to increase that. And I'm pretty sure that if we increase the commercial revenue from taxes, that all of West Hants will benefit. So I would not be in favor of adding that to the commercial tax base for Windsor. I think it's something that everyone benefits from.
Yeah.
It's hard to see, but it's definitely something that a lot of people participate in. They do a lot of programming that people participate in. It's just counterintuitive to what we really should be doing. Thanks.
DAO.
Just kind of following up on Councillor Ivy, Carly has essentially have some capacity within the Windsor, what is area rated for Windsor, which includes both residential and commercial. So perhaps you could allow her to do a scenario where we're taking that $100,000 and it's basically, as Jim is saying, it's 100,000 less transfer to the capital reserve, and that amount is used to fund the Windsor Township.
so it doesn't correlate directly like that. So the commercial tax rate calculation, so we calculated what we would get off of our commercial rate, and whatever's left after that is then used to calculate out the residential rate. So it's going to impact the residential rate because we're going to be taking more from the commercial side. So it's actually going to lower the residential side. So I have a feeling we're actually going to see. I
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
So let us take a look at it. Yeah.
Okay.
If
So
that's the philosophy.
okay, so if we're all good with that, and we're not going to say dollar amounts, we're just going to say the Windsor rate, the Windsor amount and the Hansport amount in the commercial rate using infrastructure reserves. We good with that?
I think what we're saying is
Capital.
we'll absorb the $100,000 associated with the Windsor Township Business Association within the Windsor area rate, which includes both residential and commercial. And see how that shakes out.
Okay.
See how it shakes out is, yeah, because,
Don't think it's significant.
yeah.
Okay, so is everyone good with that? Show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we're good. Thank you. The next, Counselor Smith.
Sorry, was that just to see what it looks like?
Yes.
Okay,
Just to
thank you.
see, just to have a look. It's just direction going forward. Okay. We still have work to do, so. Okay, doke. So the next thing I heard was, I'm not sure. It's been so while.
Well, you have some themes.
We have some themes. Yeah.
That direction, and maybe we want to talk about community development generally, and whether you like it the way that it is, or whether you want to dig into that. That was another theme, Madam Chair.
Okay. And I'm at your wish, council. So community development. Counselor Larry Pinch.
I'm gonna throw it out there because I think a couple people had it in their emails, but the splash pad. I know we took it out. There was suggestion in a couple of emails to bring it back in. Throwing it on the table for discussion.
Okay, so this is a discussion to put it back in because it is out. So I'm looking for direction. It's something that we could put back in knowing we're not going to complete it this year. So I think Carly can work on the amounts of where it goes. It's nothing we're approving a project. It's just something in there to look forward to later down the road. So are we all in favor of that? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Okay, we're putting the splash pad. That was easy. Perfect. The other one, recreation services not reducing, so I think we're all good there. The township, we're not going there. We're done that one. Size and scale of fire service, I think we've got that because we've done that, and the production or the protection service manager is added in there. So Counselor Yanish.
Sorry, I missed, Madam Chair, I missed when you went over the recreation.
Okey doke.
The issue is whether we are we still in with the budget as it is now, are we still increasing the programming? Or are we status quo? Because I'm getting the sense that we're still increasing it. Whereas most people around the table, I think, said they don't want to see it reduced, but I see it being increased. So I'd like to have that straightened out.
Okay, so whoever can take this, Director Keogh, are we keeping it status quo or are we increasing it with the current budget the way it is right now?
Maybe if I could strategically, maybe like go through your admin, programs, facilities, and just kind of highlight whether you have any new positions, improved programs, same facilities, same thing, or maybe try to characterize. Can you do that?
100 words
Was
or
that
less.
with everything, or I got a sense that it was just program related, but I just want to be clear.
Counselor Yanish.
I think it was mostly program related.
Yeah, so with respect to the program, we did originally have a position in the budget for a program coordinator, which would support increased services. So without that position and with the reduction with the reduction, I guess, that we have made recently, that is to basically be status quo with what we have provided in recent years.
Okay.
Good with that?
Yeah, that's very helpful. I think it's important to have that clarified. Okay.
Great, thank you. Township size and scale, fire service, the protection service managers in there. Positions for staff, we've taken note. I guess that brings us to public works for admin and roads. If there was any more conversation on that, and I guess we can loop in the public works facility at the same time. So we do public works. Counselor Yanish.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at the budget for administration and roads and public works. And I saw that the increase is over 330,000, 325,000, roughly 1.5 cents on the general rate. And as has been said before, that is a very, very difficult thing to try to explain to rural residents. And so I started looking through the budget, and I was the one that asked some of the questions that CAO Phillips answered or addressed earlier on in the meeting. And as far as the explanations go, I don't doubt them, and I think everything. I'm sure everything is well documented in spreadsheets and everything for
the various expenses. But when I look at the 30.2% increase in salaries, that's a lot for people to swallow, and see that cost put on the general rate. And so when I looked into that number, I haven't seen the breakdown, but if I know I'm working with the budget figure from last year, not the actuals, but I see considerable slack there, and I am wondering if we can't make some cuts in that number to help reduce the operational costs. The other one, of course, is the public works cost distribution, which I was told was largely determined by a computer. But again, it's a massive increase compared to last year. And as counselors, we're trying to be responsible and have reasonable increases, or account for reasonable increases in costs. But when you move from, area of 60,000 up to, 100,000, that's a dramatic increase that, it's hard to explain to people. And so overall, it's a 20% increase in the budget here. And I would like to see some savings in that first budget line on salaries and the benefit expenditures. I just think that it's and I fully understand that we have a new stormwater position there, but it still seems to be a lot of slack, given that we have no new other positions in public works.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Larry Pinch.
That would.
Sorry. Okay. Counselor Ivy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I generally agree with the comments being made, and it's not, again, it's not in questioning, how good. I don't doubt I've been running my own spreadsheets here. I've gone through and pulled out where I could salary benefits. In some cases, it's salary benefits admin, and some cases just salary. And part of our job to be able to look at this, generally, it'd be great if we go through and read it just the once and kind of go, yeah, everything looks. But when you see a 33, 35 percentage point number, when you look at benefits, in some cases moving less than 1%, and in other areas they're going 17 and 20 when they're broken out. When we're seeing that, it gets really difficult to say what is going on here, and whether it's a body or whether it's a reallocation of staff. We should be able to look at a departmental budget that has a comprehensive salary line, benefits line, overtime, which is now back in to the budget that was taken out. I think our first year, it got aggregated in with salary. So we're seeing that coming in now. That we know that those numbers are all moving in line with what's generally, but when you move the staffing to another area of the same operation, that's an internal management of your cost and your structure from where I stand. From what we're looking at, it's public works, and each of the divisions underneath that, you do allocations, but we need to know that, and we're not picking on public works. It could just easily be community economic development, whatever, because it's going across the organization. Those numbers are, like I said, even the administrative office is only a 0.9% increase for salary and benefits. So that's less than the 3% plus 1. And so how do you, like, it doesn't give a solid feeling that we've got that piece down. And again, running numbers as best possible here, it looks like salary and benefits are probably 10% of our budget, or about $4 million. And I only did 6 chunks of it and ran out of time to do the rest. So I think there's something that we need to be able to get inside that more clearly to understand that what are salaries moving, what are benefits moving, what's overtime moving, and it's a lot of work for us to have to do to go through and do that. And we shouldn't have to do that. We should be able to clearly look at and see what's going on in that area of the operation. High level.
Okay, is there any other comments on that one? Counselor Paul Morton,
Bring up the shed they want to build or whatever we're going to call it.
Public Works Facility.
Work facility. There's funding out there. We should be pushing that off till we get funding in place to help pay for it.
Okay. So Counselor Paul Morton.
I have to go back to fire. We got to bring something up that was brought to my attention. So I got a text from the fire chief in Hansport last week after we put some stuff on the back burner. So he's okay with putting the jaws of life out for another year, but he really wants to keep the engine 12 upgrades for this year. And he said, if you want to take it to 25,000 out, he can push the thermal imaging cameras out, which are $15,018, and the voice amplifiers for SCBA mask of 10,000 to next year's budget. So it works out to be 25,000 either way, but he'd rather keep the upgrades to engine 12 compartments. And then I'm just going to fire this with so everything we spend on Hansport Fire, we get 40% back. So on a $25,000, you're getting $10,000 back.
So the upgrades to engine 12 compartments, I have it as 5,498 on that sheet. And did you mention the jaws of life?
It's fine to put that out until next year.
Okay. Counselor Larry Pinch.
So I would just say that I concur if that's what they'd like to do. If it's a switch, I think it was the 5-year capital, right? Was the 25,000 or was the number only 5,000 for the compartments?
That might have been the debt servicing number. I'm just looking here for that on the other side. Yeah, that would be the 25,000, and then there was debt servicing associated to that.
Okay, we have 3 things on the go here. So do you want to deal with the Hansport Fire right now? Director Rashawn, that seems to be the easiest and the quickest right now. So is everyone good with that swap out? Everyone shaking heads? Okay. So you good with that one, Carly? Okay. Okay, so now we have the other 2 conversations is the public work facility to push off for funding. That might be this next Counselor Yanish. I'll go.
That's Paul's. Yeah.
That's Paul's. Okay, so do you want to deal with that one now? It seems the easiest. Or less conversation piece, I guess I should say. Counselor Paul Wheaton.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Has this been, has anyone looked into this already? This green building pathway retrofit, I guess we'll call it, that Councillor Morton brought forward? Is this some grant that they've already looked into, or has there been any action on this?
I don't think there's been any action yet, but let's not assume that we wouldn't. Sometimes grants require the approval of council, a motion of council, all of those things. I think the key for council is, if that's where council wants to go, is to say this thing is approved with the following financial requirements. And then if those things come to fruition, you proceed. If they don't, then you have a decision to make, whether you want to proceed or not. I think the director would say, we have the plans, we know what it looks like. It's ready to go for construction, is it not? I mean, we don't have any more work to do with respect to design. That work's been done. So it's really just the execution of it. And if it's the execution of it with conditions, then say that. We'll put it in the budget that way.
Director.
Yep, just on the funding, we looked at funding for an operations building. Again, there's something maybe out there I'm not aware of, but usually it's for water facilities, wastewater facilities, something infrastructure related to those services. But certainly if there's something for an ops building that I'm not aware of, we'll certainly look there for those things, but nothing that I've been aware of in my history for an ops building. So, but we are ready. We were hoping to be tendered for this building. It's complete. It's just waiting for council's approval for the budget so we can move forward.
Director Rashawn. Had your light on. I didn't know if
I have some comments to the fire that I just wanted to again keep everybody in line with those so that you have information relating to the cameras and the voice amplifiers. Those are carryover from the previous year. So something that will communicate back to Kings as well, because they would have included that in their a rate that was approved last year, because they have a area rate that they apply for capital.
They adjust it last minute.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll just let you know that that is something that will have to happen.
okay. Counselor Larry Pinch.
So I guess I'm just looking at what Counselor Morton circulated to us earlier. Would that mean that the design that we already have for the Public Works building may have to be changed based upon a grant such as this, because it's a green building grant? I don't know.
Director Rashawn, or no, maybe Director Richard, do you have a green build? I guess would be the next question.
Yeah.
I don't know
Oh,
if we're there yet, but
Yeah. Again, this is a maintenance shop. This is to be able to qualify for a green building I'm just trying to be realistic. It has bay doors. It's a steel building. Certainly wasn't designed to be, anywhere near a LEEDs or a green infrastructure building. That's a different type of building. So yes, we spent the design. We have 100% design ready. It's been approved for that design. We're probably going back to square one for any green building fund that may be applicable for green funding. I'm just, again, trying to be realistic here.
Counselor Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So my comments around the operations facility would be, we already have the design. I don't think we can afford to build it this year. Bring it back next year, bring it back the year after. We've already spent, $250,000, I think it was, on the design. We have a Class D estimate of just over 5 million. Class Ds are, they're known to be a little under sometimes. So given all that and given the tax rates that we're looking at, I would be in favor of not doing it this year. And as far as the green build goes, green design, that's something that the designer would have to put in place when he was doing that work or when they were doing that work. But it's a good idea. Thank you.
Counselor Ivy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I understand the need for this building facility. It's obvious from those of us who were fortunate to be able to take the tour and see the facilities when we got to walk through there. And in fact, it was obvious 4 years earlier when we toured, before consolidation, that there was that the facility has, seen better days. It's in here. I don't know. Did we already move this out?
I think half of
Like,
it.
did we defer? I'm just trying to get
First half.
the spreadsheet still shows for construction this year, which I don't think I'm out of line to think that. So we haven't put the tender out yet. That hasn't been issued. That construction completed this year, where there'd be probably any debt associated with that at this point. It's probably not likely. So I don't know what that would end up doing with that, but
Yeah.
significant capital expenditure. Sorry.
It's left in the capital budget.
Yeah.
However, we have the debt servicing to, again, stabilize the potential bump next year. Because it'll be, if it comes online next year, then it's going to be a little bit more. And this way we have the 179 to reduce any borrowing that we do on the facility.
Thank you. So I guess the other question as it relates to this, because we haven't we're not inside the design piece of it or as to how that all worked out. And I can't remember, I guess if I go back to when we issued the tender for the design, but how many staff will be housed there that aren't currently? And by that, I'm referring to, I think you've said that you'll have, will there be rec staff and economic development staff in there as well? Director Richard, can you guide us?
Sure, sure. So it's not just public works, it is community development. So a substantial amount of staff and fleet and facilities will be housed, including my operations manager, potentially even myself. There's enough room for offices to relocate. We looked at, if we're combining municipal complexes to free up some office space in that capacity. And just with the comments, we can defer this to future years. Certainly that cost is going to escalate. The cost projections were for construction this year. We all know how costs are going up. And also if we do delay the project, my capital budget was based on this going forward. We have a temporary heating system. We don't have adequate washrooms. So there's probably, we need to do renovations to the existing building if you don't move forward with what we had planned and an approved design for a new building. So just again, trying to be realistic. Staff are being very considerate, knowing that hopefully something's coming because the working conditions in that building are certainly poor and inadequate.
So
Follow-up.
if I just to the number of staff that you would see, and the reason being, it goes to what you touched on, Director Richard, if you have any sense, and maybe it's too early to say that, or because there is the other issue of the municipal complexes where community development staff are currently housed and the like, and yourself and so on. So what does that do or change by way of the other two properties, which we haven't even touched on at this point in time, really? You see that it would lessen the demand on whatever that. Can you, instead of me speaking for you?
Yes, certainly. So for Public Works in 100 King Street, there's five staff, 5 offices. Essentially those could be relocated to the new complex and housed inside that new ops building. Can't really speak for community development, but there may be some staff that could be housed out of there too. I'm not sure if you have a number, Kathy, that that may work out of that facility.
Sorry. Yeah. So with respect to the community development staff that plan to move to that facility, they're currently housed here. So we have them in the basement here of this office, which is essentially busting at the seams. I'm not sure if anybody's visited this area as well. Numbers wise, there would be 1 from King Street, full-time staff member, 2 from here, and then the seasonal as well as our summer staff. So right now, I believe Trevor said we've got roughly 9 to 10 people on staff here out of this building. And then with more to come as the summer goes on, because some of those are students that are not currently with us. So you're looking at probably, oh my gosh, 15 or more. Yeah, or more.
But I do think we want to be careful. I don't think you're going to save significant office space from 76 or 100 with this new construction. The CM had an opinion on where the director is sitting as well. So these are things we need to talk about, but absolutely, there are some administrative quasi, traffic authority folks that might be there, but it's not going to have a significant impact on administrative offices. Yeah.
Counselor Leary Pinch.
So I guess I have 2 things on this point. So like I might be able to get on board with creating a new building if we get rid of one like we have, and I know we have discussed it. We kind of throw it around, we beat the ball around, it goes away and then it comes back. So I think that we need to at least plan to have a discussion on getting rid of a surplus building that we potentially have at the moment. So that it actually starts progressing and moving forward so that we then, you know, I know it goes into capital when it sells. Am I accurate? And then it would be our capital that is funding a build such as this. So I know it wouldn't cover obviously full cost, but it would help offset some. So I just think that we need to, you know, regardless of a decision made tonight, that we need to put a plan in place to have a discussion about making a decision on that. That could potentially help with this project. That was my first question. May I ask my second question?
Sure, go ahead.
That wasn't really a question either, was it? It was a statement. Sorry, apologies. Can you tell me how many pennies this building is if we don't do it in this year's tax rate? What are the pennies?
It would be less. I can do the quick calculation for you, but it's 179 is what this is worth in debt servicing, and it's 196 that what's the a penny's worth. So it's slightly less than a penny. In year 2, it goes up because obviously we halved it the first year.
Okay. Any other questions on the Public Works facility? Councillor Ivan?
Question. It's general rated. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Which takes us again to a different conversation, but well, it does. I mean, that's, you know, where I keep on kind of nudging, but we're not, it goes to what we're going to do overall here. I mean, we're tight as heck, I think. You can tell me that we're not. I'm not hearing that from anybody that we're not tight here. We're trying to figure out how we're going to do all of these things. And this is a significant initiative, important. I'm just saying that it's significant, and we're funding the current rate at 1.2 million and coming in short on being able to offset that. And the reserve is below the 10% target that it's to be held at. And that's the reason for trying to get to an overall overarching view of what we see or how we're going to manage ourselves in the coming year. I know I've said that enough already, and but this just sort of further adds to that same conversation to try and figure out how we're going to manage this.
Councillor John Smith.
Thank you. So what would it represent in next year's budget and the year after?
Next year's budget would be, depending on when when the building is finished, but let's assume that it's not done by budget time, so we don't have spring debenture for accuracy. Then we're looking at 358, which divided by 196, that's how much it's worth.
2 cents?
Just give me a sec here. So
Just shy 2 cents.
2 cents. So that's for the next 20 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Larry Pinch.
Just because I don't want to lose the work that Councillor Morton did to look up this funding, maybe that just might be something to consider for one of the other buildings that we talked about retrofitting on our tour potentially. So just not to lose the information.
Most definitely. Okay, any other comments on the building? So we have half in this year. So I'm hearing take it out. And I'm hearing that's it. So we already have half of it in for this year. And I'm hearing 2. So I'm at your will, council. Do you want to leave as is? Councillor McLean.
Yeah, chair to all the council. I can't leave it as is. I don't know what route to go. I don't want to squash it, but I like this piece of paper here that councilors brought up with the green initiative. But and can we renovate the old building? I can't support it as is. That's where I'm at.
So leaving it in is not giving it approval, CAO, help me here. So if it's left in, there could be the caveat, come back when the motion comes, we need funding, so it's not 100% funded by us. I'm just giving options here, folks. I'm really don't, because I'm not getting direction,
Yeah,
so.
so let's just confirm that the building is 100% funded by debt servicing. Okay, so that's on the table, 100%. But Councilor Morton has kind of said, hey, unless you go get some grants, we're not building this thing. That's what you're saying, right? That's what he's saying. Right now, you are splitting the debt servicing to try to get through this year's budget. So the project
Yeah.
would still be approved. Right now, as is means the project is approved and we move forward with it. We're just debt financing half of it this year and then all of it next year because when the building gets built. So you're just kind of really delaying. But that is a strategy to get through this year. It depends on what your mindset is. Trying to get through this year, or you're looking 5 years out, right? Everybody's different. And how you operate your household and how you operate as a counselor. So that's kind of a fundamental thing that you have to decide.
Or you can defer.
Or you
So-
can differ.
Yeah,
So-
then I think to add to your question, yes, it would come back to council once the tender closed based on the price.
Okay. Counselor John Smith.
Yeah, thank you. I'm looking at the 5 years. I would rather see it come back next year.
Okay. So we have two scenarios I'm hearing, come back next year or leave in as is. So we can take a vote. If that's how you want to do it. Counselor Morton, do you want to put your light on? I didn't hear you. Sorry.
The other one was leave in with grants, I think is what would be your third option.
I'm not sure if it's a third option because I think once it's in, it'll come back. And I think Director Rashawn, correct me if I'm wrong, it just wouldn't get approved at that time unless there were grants, or would you like a motion or a direction that it would need grants?
Yeah, so typically what I do is when I'm going through the capital budget, I identify projects that might be eligible for grants. And I make some assumptions within the budget. So there's already some assumptions in the budget for grant funding coming, just not on this particular facility. So if that was the direction that council wished to go, I would make some assumption that we would receive some grants, make that right in the capital budget that would be received. And then, yes, to your point, we would then say, okay, we didn't get grants or we weren't successful in these grants. Here's the tender council. Here's what it's looking like. You need basically give it back to you to decide how you want to proceed.
Okay. So it's in there now. Do you want to take the vote on who wants to leave it as is? And then we can do, seeing where that one goes, and then we can do taking it out. Okay? So for those who want to leave it in as is for this year at half the debt servicing. Show of hands. We have one. Okay. For those who want to take it out until next year. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So that's where we're at.
Take it out.
Take it out. Okay. Okay. Going down my list here. Community center, did we need anything on that? We're good on that? We're good with that?
Excuse me,
Oh,
Chair, it was the other issue about the.
Yes, sorry, thank
Public
you.
Works issue.
Yeah, Public Works for the salaries.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had that down further. My apologies. So we have conversation on the salaries. So I'm just looking for direction. Counselor Yanish.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. What I would propose is that we look at limiting the increase in the budget for salaries and benefits and overtime to 20% rather than the 30.2%, provided that leaves enough for the cost of living increases for the entire staff and also for the new position, as well as accounting for a certain amount of overtime. But I'd like to see what that looks like.
Okay, so 20% cost of living, the CET position, I think was the position from last year we added.
Yeah, that would be,
That
Yeah,
and
just to make sure that that's all covered
yep.
in the 20% by limiting, if we limit the increase in the budget line to 20% rather than the 30.
From 30 to 20.
Yeah.
Okay. Director.
I need to jump in here, and I do appreciate your comments. Public Works overall is only seeing a $79,000 increase in their general salaries from year to year. So by reducing the salary portion in the roads, all you're doing is adding those salaries to somewhere else. And so we're just moving one area to another area. So we're not actually reducing anything. So if you want to reduce staff or want to reduce overtime, then we can then talk about those, and I'll get Director Richard to kind of comment on that. But all we're doing is moving it from one area to another area.
Thanks. And through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Kelly. So essentially, we're trying to get more accurate numbers. So the difference in allocations are more accurate use of staff's time. So we can certainly, and we talked to this, the CAO, if you want to make that type of cut, that's reduction in service levels. That's essentially positions lost, because I don't know how we're going to reduce public works. Hansport days, I think they stopped plowing at 12 midnight to reduce overtime. Apparently it was. So it's just, there's quite a reduction. So there's just quite a reduction. That's quite a reduction, or we put those costs that aren't true allocations to sewer or water, but we've made accurate adjustments. So that's quite a tall ask.
Counselor Larry Pinch.
It's not going to fix it for this year, but perhaps for next year. I think Counselor Ivy made a point about the confusion because of the allocations. I think we're getting, like, it was for me too. I've asked the question, I think 2 or 3 times to get you to explain, and I now understand. But if there's any way to have it all in one pile, because I think the separated part, or if you can create a chart that shows it all in one pile, even though it might not be in the budget all in one pile, because I think it is confusing to try to follow it, and then perhaps it makes the increase look larger than what Carly just suggested the increase was.
So, I mean, I could prepare something. There's obviously confidentiality we'll have to keep in mind here. But with that, it impacts all departments. It's not just Public Works. We split individuals because we all wear multiple hats. So just keep that in mind too. If we do it for one, we'll do it for all. Like we have, an admin person that's split between admin and EMO. We have a cemetery that's split between 2 cemeteries. We have a person split between community economic development and programs. So there's splits all throughout the budget depending on what hats people wear. So I can definitely prepare a table for next year to kind of help with that. But again, you're not going to see those because you're going to see it by department. You're not going to see that breakout of, okay, this portion is this and this portion's that.
Good. Counselor Yanish.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. As I indicated earlier, I believe that all the spreadsheets that support all these documents are accurate. I have no reason to believe otherwise. My point is that I see a 30% increase in a budget line that is far exceeds similar budget lines in other departments. So I'm thinking, well, maybe there's an opportunity there for a reduction. I get it that Public Works is spread out over a bunch of different departments, and it's a very complicated operation to follow. But I still think it was worth asking the question, because in the end, We have to, especially in rural districts, we have to explain to our residents why there are substantial increases in the budget and where those increases lie. And so this is one page where that begs questions. And so I feel obliged to ask the question and try and get an explanation so that it's at least the explanation is something to move forward with.
Thank you. So, Councillor Ivy,
Get psychic in here that you can see the.
I saw your finger going.
Yeah, well, it was my head, the way it kind of cocked it sideways. So I don't think it's a difficult ask, to be honest. I mean, from where we stand and knowing spreadsheeting and the like, that it shouldn't be a difficult ask to pull a line on salaries across departments, benefits. And I know that I understand that fully too. Like this isn't, but we should have a managed handle on that, at least at our level, to know that those items are in line. We came to understand that the cost of living from the end of December was 0.9%. That's a third of what, we made some of our judgments on. And so like it's not complicated. It shouldn't be next year. We should be able to see it on this. And we haven't asked for that. There's other things that we had before we've asked for previously. And, but from the chairs that we sit in and the responsibility that we have to make sure that we're giving due diligence to the budget that has been prepared, it's not an unreasonable question at all. I fully believe it's very reasonable. And again, when I expanded it, there's some areas here where there's like virtually zero increase, or as you know, in a couple there's reductions, which is, a shift. But this is a pretty standard thing to want to know, to see that we're A, in keeping, and B, that we're, it can go both ways. We're too high or we're too low. So I appreciate the question, the request.
Okay. So we're just going to let that one.
Well, I mean, if this is information that you need.
You will need brought back. Do you want it?
So we'll have to do that.
Okay. Director Rashawn?
I have it. Just, I can show it. I just needed some time to make it pretty.
Not a problem. Okay. But we'll move on while you have that. And if it's done after the break or how's that? Okay. Everyone good with that? Okay. Okay. So I'll get back to so I think that was all for Public Works, man and roads. And I think maybe someone had asked about the 50-50. So maybe that can be brought back after the break, because that's not going to have.
I did give the values.
Okay.
Yep. So, I mean, so the general discussion with 50-50 at the chief's table and here, of course, council has, and the past councils have a level of curiosity about the 50-50 and what is the 50-50 used for. Using the mayor, because he asked the question, did he feel, and I think he asked the chiefs, did they feel that the municipality was paying for the core firefighting services that are provided in West Hants? And I think they all said yes. So I believe he was trying to get confidence in that, are we paying and providing you with the tools to do the job that you're doing? Now, is there more tools or a better way the job could be done, or a more modern way? It's no different than any of these departments that you're talking about here today. So the 50-50 enters the equation as to whether or not it is required to pay for core firefighting services, or to improve a firefighting service, or to buy something that otherwise wasn't approved in a budget. And I think when you would ask the chiefs directly, they would say that the 50-50 supplements or does pay for things that are required to provide a fire service. That is for you to interpret, council. I think the mayor was trying to get at what we give you. Does that allow you to do the job from day to day? And what is that 50-50 for? So council struggles with, should that 50-50 be used to offset some of the costs that we have in providing core firefighting services on the operating or capital side, or should it be left at the discretion of the departments to spend it as they see fit. I think the departments have said loud and clear in the past, 50-50 is money that they wish to spend as they see fit to improve, to supplement, or to do things that we weren't otherwise paying for because we didn't give them enough or because it allows them to do more. But that is for you to discuss. The values are somewheres between a low of $27,000-$30,000 and a high of 138, depending on the department. And of course, it's all subject to who plays the 50-50 game and how much comes to each department. But those are some numbers that give you an indication of what's flowing into those departments. And in some cases, they're spending it as it comes in some cases, they're not. But again, that's probably for them to explain a little bit more.
Perfect. Councillor Larry Pinch.
So I think as a general comment to the 50-50, not attached to any specific department. I think that it would be a good decision moving forward for council to decide the budget based upon hopefully a coordinator who's going to assist us in what the requirements are. And that if departments so choose to want things or require things outside of that approved budget, that they can then decide which level of funding they're going to fund those items with, whether that be 50-50, whether that be their auxiliaries, whether that be other fundraisers. This funding isn't sustainable, so the payments do fluctuate from quarter to quarter. And it might not last forever either, right? Like it's successful at the moment, but in 2 years, is it still going to be successful? We don't know. But that way it's not dependent upon that 50-50 funding. It's dependent upon if the department wants something outside of the approved budget, then they need to come up with the funds for that item in whichever way they do. And then we're not stepping into the territory of stipulating specifically 50-50 funds. Cause I think that, broadly from all departments that would be a difficult conversation to have. And I can understand from both perspectives. I understand that in some cases it's a lot of income. In other cases, it's not so much income. But that way it puts the onus on the department that this is what we as council are willing to fund. And if you want something outside of what we're willing to fund, then that's up to you to acquire those items in whichever manner your department sees fit.
Perfect. Councillor Ivy. You have your light on, so.
Yeah, take advantage of it. So, as it relates to that, and it was released to everything that we have here in providing direction on this, because the 50-50 with the totals and what they work out to be and how they allocate it and the importance of the equipment within the fire services is valid. And it's valid in the sense that, you know what, they have that. I don't think we want to get that deep into looking at what's going on with that on a regular basis. And it's good to suggest that would end up being something coordinated through a senior representative of the services and so on. So I agree with that. But when I look at that and I think about that, it triggers the thought about, future money that we need to generate beyond this year. Didn't think I'd say this again tonight, but so what would it take to generate an extra $1 million worth of revenue within West Hants? And so, so that's kind of to Carly, how difficult to figure out what it would take to get an extra $1 million in tax revenue into West Hants. Is that a difficult thing for you to do on the break, Carly? I've just did quick math here, but my quick math on that is not what you want to rely on. But I'm just trying to get a sense of what would it take to.
Is that savings or new funding?
No, new funding, new tax revenue. How much would you have to move the general rate, commercial residential, to generate an extra $1 million?
5 cents.
Yeah.
I think it's more like 3%, and you have to run that through your different tax rates, but I'll let Carly, I'd prefer to.
So you want to add $1 million to the tax rate?
I want to know what it would look like.
If we add $1 million.
Right.
Okay.
And I'm asking that in the context of what we have in front of us. What we have in front of us today and all the things that we've gone through in the last whatever number of meetings. And as we're pecking away at this budget with things that, some we do want to, that we don't support because finally we just don't support them, or because we believe we've got to make cuts, that we need to look at it on the other side of the coin. And so let's just start with seeing, because she can tell us what it looks like to generate $1 million on the general tax rate, commercial, residential, or however you can, a couple the options with that, Director Sean, if you're able to, when you, then that lets us look at least on another side versus this exercise where we're into our third meeting of trying to generate cuts. And we're generating cuts in areas that we're not the experts in. And it goes to the comment that I think all of us would agree and believe, and I can't speak for you, but the benefit of the doubt on that, that I think staff came back with the best kind of a budget they could give us based on what's on the list of things to do. And we're proceeding to, without knowledge, the impacts, to your words, and that there's impacts with every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction and so on. So if that's not too difficult, because that may be an easier conversation. And I'll roll into that too. The same thing talked about earlier. I don't mean to interject. This came in on a separate conversation, but it's really about everything that we're doing here is that what it would take to stop using the reserve to continue to subsidize that piece of the like, what do we need to do revenue wise to use surpluses and reserves for what they're intended to be versus what's that look like? Maybe already ran that and it was just way too bad to tell us. So do you know enough about what I'm sort of asking you to try and figure out first, Director Sean? Is that reasonable?
Yeah, I think so. I might, if I have a question, I might get a clarity on the break, but I did want to say, like, through the discussions that this council has had and through the directions, even the other night, there has been a significant decrease on the reliance of reserves, which has been, again, a little bit of a success story. I think we came in originally at 1.125, and right now we're sitting at 682. So not a lot. There's still some transfer, but it's definitely reduced in comparison to what we were.
So, and I'll stop. Is that, of course, what that does is it may cause us to go back and revisit some of the things that we adjusted in order to do that. And so that's why I'm throwing out that initial number. But, well, I'm just saying that, if anybody here has supported something that they really didn't want to because they felt they had, then but it's a different view of the, thank you. I'll stop.
Okey-doke. Seeing no more lights, I'll move on. The beautification, I don't think there was much there that anyone wanted to address. Sidewalk upgrades was one that folks brought. Counselor Smith.
I did have a question about sidewalks. There's one sidewalk in there listed as Avon to Gray Street. Gray to Avon.
Okay.
Not sure where that is.
Director Richard, can you help with that, please?
That's the one I mentioned earlier. That's Chestnut Street, Windsor.
Okay. Is there a
Gray to Avon?
Is there a Gray and Avon in that area?
There is.
Okay, great. Yeah, I walk around there.
Okay, nothing there. Okay, I'll move on. Tremaine Crescent, that was mentioned. Did anyone want to touch on that? The development was just when development was coming on board. The other one I had was Dial-A-Ride. Counselor Ivy.
Dial-A-Ride. Is that
Yep, that's the one we're on.
So I think I sort of tipped my hand or my thinking on that earlier relative to the late date and time we're dealing with this, that we took them on a 3-year agreement that's coming to an end. And there's significant dependence, I sense. I'm not sure. I don't know. We hadn't seen the reports that showed us the broader. I did find the original ones that we got in 2021 or whatever that was. They were circulated. I think they wrote back through the mayor and the mayor circulated them to us. And they used the 2019 year is what was in their note because COVID threw everything out of whack. So it gave a general sense as to where people were getting picked up and dropped off. But I think it's still relatively important to know what that looks like. I don't know if anybody's heard back from them on that in any fashion, but would certainly help. And But I just, at this stage, it was only a 3-year agreement, but it's a organization that provides transportation to folks here that's very much needed. And let's see what the math comes back like.
Counselor Larry Pinch.
I'm sorry, mine was a Tremaine Crescent one, but I didn't want to overspeak, so I can stop until Dial-A-Ride finishes and then I'll come back to my question.
Yeah, that
I just want to confirm, Dial-A-Ride is 30,000 a year, Carly?
The original amount was 30,000 a year, yes.
30,000 per year.
Yeah, with CPI.
I think I've heard that. Thank you.
Anything else on Dial-A-Ride? Going once. Twice. Seeing no lights. Okay. Counselor Larry Pinch.
Apologies.
No
I just
problem.
wanted to confirm that my thought process was accurate, which it may very well not be, so it is likely a Director Richard question. Did we not delay that culvert because the road work that was going to happen could potentially reduce the need for that culvert or the size of that culvert? Or am I making that up between all the different?
Director Richard can answer that for us.
Sure, through you, Deputy Mayor. So I think the direction was we were not proceeding with the type of design. We were going to wait till King Street and O'Brien Street projects were designed. And the idea is that was to take the stormwater away from that catchment area. And then when the upgrades are necessary for Tremaine Crescent, mostly that cross culvert could be reduced in size and scale to reduce that project.
So through you, Chair, if that's okay, one follow-up. So we're not impacting what would have happened this year by removing that because we were going to be waiting till that road work was completed prior to making any additional decisions on the flooding around that culvert area.
Yeah, that's our suggestion. Our recommendation is to, proceed with O'Brien and King, that intersection, and look at, as much as possible to reduce the amount of water getting into that system. So
thank you. I just wanted to make sure it was.
Anything else? Seeing no lights, counselors, I am at the end of what I have that we've taken out of that. I've got all my check marks by everything. Unless you have something that I missed or you want to address now. Counselor Smith.
Yeah, could we go back to the community center and the work that was going to be done there?
The projects for the structural assessment. I think
Yeah.
they were waiting for the structural assessment before they did any of the work. I don't want to speak for anybody, but I'm getting the head nod from Director Keogh.
Yep.
So
is the structural assessment being done this year?
It's due to be completed probably now June, because we're almost at the end of May now. But it was May, June was the initial thought process that we'd have the completed report. Director Keogh communicated that she hasn't received it yet, but we are hoping to have it before the end of June, just due to the timing with our insurance as well.
Right. So the work that's listed, that's contingent on the structural assessment being okay. Okay. Is there any reason to think that it's not going to be good?
That's why we had it done. The backside has a significant crack in the foundation, which could be years of neglect with respect to surface water on the outside. So it's one of those things, Councillor, that it could be better or it could be worse, but that's why we wanted to do it, because another insurance claim and another repair. So let's figure out what's going on here. Yeah.
Somewhat unrelated, was it ever tested for radon? The building?
Counselor Paul Whedon.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Maybe to get off track a little bit, but I did notice the term insurance come up a couple of times. And with all of our facilities and all of our buildings, Do we have one main insurance? And I guess this question would be to the CAO. Do we have one main insurance coverage on all these buildings, or is it all kind of piecemealed with different companies providing insurance for different buildings, or how does that work?
Director Rashawn.
Yeah, so yes and no. Just like any other even your home, your insurance provider, for example, may not cover a wood stove, so you have to go through a different provider for that. So keep that in mind because we do have some oil tanks and things that might be through different policies. But overall, everything is through our insurance provider, and then we have sub policies for specific things.
Thank you.
Perfect.
It was renewed 2 years ago.
It was renewed last April. Yeah, we went through an RFP process and it was renewed last April.
Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So the other point that I'd made here is, I just want to speak to is that as at the 28th of February, so with a month left to go in the fiscal year that we've just come out of, based on numbers to date, you were forecasting, projecting that based on what you had for information, that we'd possibly come out with an $800,000 surplus on revenues. And I think that expenses were coming in $160 to $200 beneath. I might be confusing operating expenses with net after the debentures and so on. So my question on this is, in all that we've been looking for, so if we achieve that $800,000 over on revenue, how are we treating that in the forecast? Because our forecast in the budget is based on budget year over budget year. And having that 800,000 sitting there, it's 800,000 that we've already computed, or if it's tax revenue, then it's pretty stable that it's there and it's, can you tell me how?
So as per FRAM, we have to put our operating surplus into the operating reserve. So it is a contribution into operating reserves, which you'll see in the reserve budget. And so that has been updated and to reflect some numbers there because we had it communicate. I can't remember the last projection, but we were looking at, I think, closer to 5 at that point. Just give me a sec. I'll open it up.
It's okay. Are you talking net or just on the gross revenue?
Net.
Net.
Yeah.
After the expense
Yep.
offset? Sure.
Yep.
So that's fine. I figured it would go to reserves. I don't want to interrupt you while you're looking it up, but it's just that if the revenue were part of the tax base, then it's a solid number that's probably not going to disappear. In fact, it's probably going to grow. And I just was curious if that was built into the forecast, given that it was over last year's.
Yeah, so our February forecast, we were forecasting a surplus, so that's net of 570.
Yeah.
That is, again, knowing that this was just a forecast, put an amount in the reserve budget as a contribution into reserves. So that's where it's sitting right now.
Okay.
And it's not, unless you want to dive really and get kind of more into the water, but we are transferring money out of reserves into the operating budget, but it's not necessarily it's going in and then we're automatically taking it out. We have 332 coming out of operating reserves to support various items within the operating budget that are already built in. 40,000 of that, for example, is the home flood protection program. And so that's what it would come in. There's specific things that it would support within there.
Thank you. So my point again solely being, and I'm probably not saying it clearly, but if that 800,000 on the revenue side, which, I realize there's a net that we get to, it goes to reserve.
My apologies.
Yeah.
I think I got your question, so I will go into that. We have already made some adjustments this year, reducing probably that little bit of capacity anyway. So for instance, we increased the debts, oh my God, D-transfer. Thank you. I'm getting tongue tied now. We also increased our, tipping fees. Yep. That was another one. And we also increased our, return on investments based on the banking rates. So all of those have really been where we've gotten wins in the past. So we've increased those. So we may not necessarily be, I wouldn't say in the next, if we were to go with what is presented here tonight, that we would see the same outcome in this year.
I understand. I just.
Yeah.
If the 800,000 was new, if it was, then it's 800,000 less that you need in the growth. And so,
Yeah.
and that doesn't translate into the fact that there'll be an extra 800,000. It just translates into that it's been incorporated. I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ivy. That was a question I was going to ask when everyone was done because it came up today. So, and to follow up with that, the question that I had the conversation with a fellow councillor was maybe next year's process, seeing those actuals to see where we had the increases or the decreases. The 3-year average really doesn't give us a good, it shows what happened over 3 years, but there's a lot of variables from those 3 years. So maybe moving forward, I know it won't be, hopefully we're not doing this in June next year. Maybe we can do it earlier, but if we could get the actuals up to,
Yeah, so I do know during our budget workshop, we provide the actuals up to the end of October.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's
then
what
you
we
still
have
have-
prepared. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, just something to add. Councillor Leary Pinch.
So I guess I guess my concern is that Carly's gonna go away and do these calculations and she's gonna come back with a rate that is similar to the current rate that is presented in front of us based on the fact that we've added some things and additionally subtracted some things. So I'm wondering if you could give us a sense of that, Carly, before we send you away to put in all of these efforts and then you come back and perhaps people are not comfortable with 5 cents or 6 cents or whatever cents.
Okay. So I can't exactly give you the rates right now for the commercial. I just know that the general rate will go down by the 6.68 cents. And then that'll impact the overall Hansport and Windsor rates. The other change that I have is put the splash pad back in. That has no impact on the tax rate. It's just an impact to the reserve balance. So you'll see a decrease in the reserve balance because of the Canada Community Building Fund allocation. And then we have the upgrades to the engine compartment that are going back in. So that's going to increase debt servicing. But we have the other 2 items that are coming out now. I don't think we had clear direction on the other 2 items if they were to be removed or not. So I might get you to clarify, Madam Chair. And then the other item that I have is just the 179,000 from the operational facility. So if I go quickly, I'm not going to use the full amount here. We're talking 9.9 of a cent.
Almost a penny.
Almost a penny. So, yeah. Yeah. And then it's up to council if you want to further reduce reserves or reduce the tax rate.
Yeah. So I'll just add in, when we were talking about the Hansport Fire, Director Rashawn, I think the chief had told Councillor Morton that it was okay to take those 2 items out for put them in for next year. So I think we're all good with that if the chief said so.
Okay.
And saying that, I'll just echo, it's reserves or tax rate. So if you have any direction of where you might like to see the tax rate, where it is now with what she just sort of projected, or if you have a number in mind, maybe now's the time when she's going to go away, she could come back with a couple scenarios. Entirely up to council, what they would like to see. Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, so my closing comment here on this, which I've said 4 times, is And it goes to the other point is that in the last year, we brought forward $18 million in projects carried forward on capital. Not all of them bit, they were a mixture of various things, but we carried forward 18 million that was added on to, I'll say 40 that put us in the $55 million range for the coming year. And that's what we have each year for the next 5. And we're not geared up, I don't think. I don't mean to take anything away from any, but that's a lot of work. We're in end of May now, and so splash pad isn't going in this year. Like we haven't seen anything on it. So like, we might as well just say that. I don't think it is. I shouldn't say it so definitively, but again, and I think there's other things there that just, we couldn't get them out the door quick enough. And so the one thing that, even though we don't like the thought of deferring, just building up this list, this hill that we're trying to climb is steep enough as it is. We're making it steeper by not going through the process of the prioritization over the next 5 years as to where those drop. And I'm not saying staff haven't already done that. I'm just saying that this couldn't be any steeper. I don't know how many people we need to be able to do all these projects, but I think it's more than what we have at present. And we haven't allocated, as we know, for those positions that were sought, person to get grants that we don't have assigned to the project. So, and I'll close.
Okay. Counselor Larry Pinch.
So to answer your question directly, I would be comfortable with a 3-cent West Hants area rate at a maximum. And I would prefer that it not come from reserves, because I do think that we shouldn't be in the habit of doing that. We should be trying to build our reserves at the moment. I know we're taking some, but that I would prefer if there was some other way to even it out between the other area rates or any other way besides taking the 2 cents from reserves. But I could justify 3 cents.
Counselor Bob Morton.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Roughly on the same vein or around that, 3 cents is kind of where I was sitting. How you get there, we've thrown this around now for 4 nights and we're not there, but do have public works building. I think it's an important building. I think we should look at it with grants. I know we took it out, but I have a hard time thinking we took that out without looking at grants, but left a splash pad in. We have all this equipment and people to put somewheres. We just took that out. But we're going to splash in the water. I like splashing in the water too, but that's a big bill. I think we can push that. I mean, we're pushing public works building off. Still think we should look for grants, and I would encourage us to look for grants, but splash pad, I would push that off to 3 cents.
Okay, we've already voted on those 2. So if you're gonna entertain them. Counselor Larry Pinch.
This is a comment, but I just want confirmation. The splash pad doesn't affect the tax rate.
It just reduces reserves.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So is there any other? We're hearing 2 cents, 3 cents. Counselor McLean.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm at 2 cents. I'm struggling, but yeah, I want to be at 2 cents, but that's where I'll start. Thanks.
Counselor Smith.
Yeah, so I guess I need just an explanation of what the 3 cents means. Is that a 3 cent increase or
Yes, I believe that's what they're, yeah.
3 cent increase?
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start here. I'm gonna go one by one. Counselor Bob Morton.
3.
Counselor Paul Wheaton.
4 or less.
Counselor Scott McLean.
2 cents.
Counselor Yanish.
3.
Counselor Ivy. Yeah.
To add to the tax rate. Yep.
Yep. Oh, late. Sorry.
Sorry. So I think I've already got my million in. I just want to confirm that. So I run it quickly here on the Windsor number, but I'm looking at percentage. And I'm going to say this in a way that we typically always try to move it when we've gone up and down. We've looked to see them all go the same, but you can't always do that because the higher rates to Hansport and Windsor, and it's not about that. It's just that eventually if we all move rates down to the same rate, eventually we'd be paying an area of the region to be part of the region, which, so there's got to be some, so I'm saying 3% and then see how that aligns. But it's, if you're able to do that, Carly, if that's, then I'll go 4 to 5, but not more than 5.
Sorry, so to just
Cents.
understand, you
Cents.
want 4 to 5 cents
Which is about
across
3%.
across the board.
Yeah, see what that
Okay.
looks like. 3%. And again, that's a different number for West Hants versus Hantsport because we're at a different base rate. But I'm just trying to get where we see what that'll do for us.
Counselor Bonnie Smith,
Sure, 3 to 4 cents.
Counselor John Smith,
2 cents.
Counselor Paul Morton,
Penny and a half.
Counselor Larry Pinch.
3 cents.
Perfect. So
Somewhere between one and last.
Take the average of all of those.
take the average. You, you come back and so we'll give you an hour and 15, an hour and a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you want to adjourn for this evening? And we'll come back another night. Is that the direction I'm getting? Director Rashawn, what is your comfort level?
It doesn't matter to me. I can work away or we can schedule another evening. I do look. Sorry, our municipal clerk as well as our financial administrative assistant, because I know that we've been scouring the calendar for potential meeting dates and it is sparse over the next little while. So I don't want to leave this too long because we're also getting closer and closer to tax billing season. And so that's the other piece that we got to try and get this not approved, but moving along so that we have time to on the backside.
So saying that,
Does she estimate the time?
That's what I was just
yeah.
about to ask. How
Do you
long?
want
There's not a lot of direction here. So again, it'll probably not take me the full hour. The hardest part is going to be moving the commercial stuff. So again, probably 45 minutes to do that, but it's going to be prepping all the motions, but we can always hold a special council.
So why don't we get the numbers and then we can do the motions either before committee of the whole or after, or maybe make room if everyone, and we can have a little snack and for the next half hour to 45 minutes and give you that long and we'll see where you are in half an hour and go from there.
Okay.
Does that work for everybody? And then we'll have something if she comes back. Does that work?
No, I'm just asking her to be.
Yeah, we're asking, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't budget half
Yeah.
hour, 45 minutes.
Yeah, I'm thinking like about 45 minutes, because there's not a lot of changes here. And like I said, you've asked for information to come back from the CAO as well as myself on salaries. So we have those kind of ready to go. So it shouldn't take too long to do this because really there's only 3 adjustments.
10 o'clock we'll come back after everyone and then we'll hear the numbers and then we can come back another day for the motions if we're not there yet. Good? Okay. So everybody at home, we're going to adjourn. We should be back in about 45 minutes.
5 or so.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Committee of the Whole for our budget meeting. So we're back after a break, and I'm going to turn it right over to Director Rashawn.
Thank you, Your Worship. So before we get into the numbers, we had a couple things that we were required to bring back. And I know the CAO was bringing back something on the 50/50. So I'll give the floor to him, and then I will present the other document.
No, we already did 50/50.
Oh,
I do believe.
oh, perfect. Awesome. Awesome. All right. Well, I'll just bring up my screen here. So give me 1 second. So this would be, and again, keeping in mind that we have, of course, if there's any further detail that council wants, we may have to go in camera. Just because it's payroll in nature.
Okay.
But a broad overview of budgeting change from previous year to this year, and I will make this a little bit bigger here. So in the administrative department, we're seeing a 2% variance from the previous year. In the finance department, we're seeing a 4.6% variance. In the planning and development, we're seeing a 5.6 reduction. Again, we have people, prorated in each area. We also have an 8.2% increase in community development and a 2.5% increase in public works. And overall, for the entire organization, 2.1% increase.
Is there any questions?
So under the double asterisk, so I just wanted to highlight, like this would include any adjustments, pension changes, benefit changes. All of those would be included, all the mandated changes, benefits, and all the rates for WCB, everything would be included in this. This is an all-in.
Councillor Larry Pinch.
Thank you. So through you, Chair to Director Roshan. The reduction in planning and development was from that portion of the position that is not currently filled that we removed, right?
There's a couple prorations within that department.
Okay.
So if you wanted to speak to it specifically, we can
No,
go.
I just
yeah.
wanted to know if that's why it
There's
was
a
a
couple.
negative.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So a bit of contrast to what we were looking at with this previously, where we were seeing numbers that were significantly on the plus side, and here it's gone the other way sufficiently that I have to say I'm curious about that too, because it's not even equal to the 3%. Your average across the board is at 2%. How do we do that? And I realize that the 1% is subject to whoever exercises, but on an overall Salary and benefit, how do we?
So
Huh.
we had a 3% increase to the salary. We had the increase to the benefits. However, we also had the increase to pension, which is an expense. So it does reduce. So it makes it 2%. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a changeover. You might have a senior person on one side of the scale, you're bringing them in on the other end, a newer person on the lower end of the scale.
Yep.
Some of those those things happen.
Yep.
Which influence the number.
Exactly.
It's just.
Yep. Yep.
But I just did want to give you confirmation, like Carly has a spreadsheet and I just saw it, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, that's the number. So in a department, for example, again, with the public works, it's there only because it's the second one up. We were talking about it. That's the number. All the employees now
All
divvied up and
Yep.
portioned out.
The only thing this would not include is overtime and any students. So this would just be our what we would consider full-time complement and seasonal full-time.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll carry on.
All right. I'll just change my screen over here.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Counselor Larry Pinch.
thank you through you, Chair. I was just gonna say that was very helpful. So thank you for doing that.
Mhm.
Appreciate it.
Okay. So I just will get my next screen up here. Now to get into the numbers, we will start from the current slide. So, oh, my apologies. It skipped over previous. And I also want to go into this. So hopefully it'll let me do that. Yeah, good. All right. So we had an adjustment to the debt servicing. So that was the 179. That was the only thing that really impacted the tax rate other than the change in the commercial piece, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. You'll notice that grants in lieu of taxes reduced significantly because of the reduction in, or I say significantly, not significantly. It was only $5,000, but has reduced because we have reduced that tax rate there. So that is less on that side. So overall, small impact to contributions to and from reserves, net of 21,000. So with that, it brings us to 4 cents within the West Hants rate. And what you'll see in the commercial rate is there's no adjustment because again, it's blended. So I will speak to how that actually impacts the commercial rate because it takes up a portion of the commercial rate. And so we were able to move that into there without significant impact. So if we look at the residential rate, and I'm going to bring up my actual spreadsheet here in a little bit to kind of help explain all those. So if we bring up our commercial rate, we have or our residential rate. This is where we were pre-consolidation. This is where we're currently sitting. So we're currently sitting in West Hants at 1.0123 cents. So we're 2 cents lower than the pre-consolidation rate. And moving into the average increase in property taxes on the low side for West Hants, we're looking at 31. On the high side, we're looking at 315. Again, this is assuming every assessment is increasing by that 1.5%. It's also, again, picking an assessment number. So the actual variance may differ depending on the individual assessment. So that's where we're at. I'm going to stop sharing the PowerPoint and I'm going to move into my slides or my spreadsheet here to kind of go over a little bit of that with you. And I apologize. There's really no pretty way of doing this. So basically within the Hansport area rate, For the commercial side of the Hantsport area rate is, I'm just going to bring this up to see if I can make this a little bit bigger before I present it here. Oh, I'm in the wrong. Shit. Give me 1 second here. I'm in our scenario version, so give me 1 second.
So council, just while Carly's seeing that, we saw it's 4 cents. Maybe before we get too far in this, what is your comfort level? Or so we're not sitting here and having Director Rushan go through everything and then find out that this is not what we want. Trying to be a little proactive here to see if this is your comfort level, because we heard 2 cents, we heard 3 cents under 5. So just, it is getting late. So I just don't want Director Rushan to go through everything and then find out this is not where we want to be. If we're good, we'll continue on.
That's it.
Counselor Scott McLean.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm still set on 2 cents on the West Hants rate.
Counselor Ivy.
So I just want to be clear that what she had shown us at this point was simply the adjustments based on the movements that we did plus or minus. This isn't the 1 cent, 2 cent, 3% number that you put up there.
No.
This is the changes made, and just thank you.
Yeah, those are the changes
Take it down to
made.
4 cents for West
Yeah.
Hants and everything else is
Yep.
the same. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll just share my screen here really quickly. Sure, I'm in this one. Share. Come on. Thank you. So my apologies. I'm going to try and make it just a little tiny bit bigger without losing too much content here. So in the area for Hantsport, you'll see that previously they were not paying for environmental development services. So the addition of the amount for the business association added 1.12 cents to the commercial and 0.40 cents to the residential. And similar over here to Windsor with the, they were not paying under environmental development services. So now they're paying 7.23 cents under the commercial and 5.92 under the residential. So again, that's with the residential, commercial tax getting taken off first and then the residential portion being the remainder. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing that and then I'm going to get into the scenarios. I wasn't able to put together some slides, so I may speak to these in generalities if that's okay with your chair, Madam Chair. Sure. Okay. Just because there's a number of tabs I'm going to be probably flipping in between. And so looking at there was 2 scenarios given that I was asked to prepare. One of them was, what if we had to increase the tax rate by $1 million to know what the impacts would be on the rates. So I'm going to just quickly bring up that because I can show that really quickly. Okay. There we go. That's scenario 2. Good. Okay, so if we were to add $1 million to the taxes, this is where we would sit. So we would have an increase in Windsor, which we would just, again, reduce the amount going into the reserves if we wanted to keep it flat or increase it. This is just a scenario, no, not being proposed unless council wishes to move in that direction. Again, similar because of the change in the general tax rate, same increase for Hantsport, and with the increase of 4 cents to West Hants, it's making the West Hants increase of 9.8. So that's what you'll see there. Now the other scenario was what would 3% look like on each of the rates. So that one, I just have to stop sharing there. That one is this little side calculation I have. So the Windsor rate would have to increase by 4.9%. So it would go to 1.6958 cents. The West Hants rate would increase by 2.917 cents for a combined total of $1 and 0.15 cents. And then the Hansport rate would have to increase by 4.061 cents, which would make the Hansport combined rate $1 and 39.43 cents. And that's 3% on each of the rates from last year's rates, not what we're proposing tonight. So those were the two scenarios I was asked to bring back. Is there any further direction from council on how they wish to go?
Okay, council, we have with what we did, the 4 cents, and we have if we had $1 million, what it looks like, and if you wanted to do 3%, what it would look like. So I am looking for your direction. I've already heard from Councillor McLean. He wants the 2 cents. So where's your comfort level? Councillor Ivy.
I think the question is, so the one number there that moves is the West Hants rate more than anything else. But the question is what does that do to our financials overall? So in looking at that 3% number, how does that impact the budget overall? Is that sufficient when it's spread across that way that we have some wiggle room within it? Or like, what does that do currently?
So typically when we are looking at the area rates, we want to ensure that those are costs associated to the area rates.
Mhm.
So that would be additional revenue. So if I wanted to calculate out, and I didn't calculate this, so my apologies.
no.
We would take for example, the Windsor rate of the 4.939, and we would multiply that by the assessment divided by 100.
Right.
Yeah, to get what that would look like.
In the Windsor case, it worked out to almost be the same either way.
Yeah, it
Right.
was.
I mean, 1/10 of a cent
Yeah.
difference.
It went from it would increase by 0.4939 cents. But almost 5 cents. Yeah.
And that's the same thing that we saw with the 3% plus or minus almost. I mean, I'm rounding here.
Yeah.
Within a penny.
So 5 cents, if we look at what a penny's worth in Windsor, 25,000. So you're looking at about 125,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll just say, I mean, it's tough here on the screen sitting to try and sort it out. So
I know
we'd want to get paper at some point to be able to.
So looking for direction or how you would like to proceed this evening.
Motion to adjourn.
We don't need a motion to adjourn, but we do need some sort of direction moving forward. Councillor Ivy?
Well, so sort of I guess I didn't ask the question well or clearly, but given all the work that we've done to get to the point that we're at now, and you've kind of shown us what that looks like on the screen, the million or the 3% here, pretty close to the same thing, one or the other, but it's what does that look like up against the budget that we started with all the expenses? What does that do? Is that enough? Or is that insufficient? We'd have to do a combination of what we've got here. Just trying to, the reason I'm trying to squeeze a bit of an answer out of you now is so that we might have direction to send her away with, but otherwise we'd need to at least see the paper, I think, to then land back here to be able to do that.
Yeah.
This is, again, it's tough up on the screen, and once again, we're late and it's
So
not-
Councillor Ivy, is your wish to have those other two options in paper format to make before a decision is made?
think that'd be wise, but unless other folks feel otherwise, but I think it's, I don't know about you guys, but I'd like to see it on paper to be able to take it in and
It is going to impact the rates. So if that's the direction that council wants to go, it's definitely a broader discussion, which again, I'm open to whatever council wishes to do. But it would be very different than what we've presented. So it just would have to, I would have to work on that one a little bit longer. Yeah.
Okay, council, is that what everyone's wishes are, to see those? Councillor Larry Pinch.
Just to make sure I understand what we're requesting. It's the 3% for every area rate on paper. That's it.
oh, that's what we started with on this. And again, it's to you folks. And again, I'm acknowledging this is really tough.
Yeah.
To be trying to pick this off on a screen and know what that means. And equally to Director Rashawn's comment, to know what that does with the budget numbers. It's, I'd say that when we were providing this direction before the break, we didn't know where we were. We're at about 4 cents now with West Hants, and I didn't fully pick up the numbers there for Windsor and Hantsport, but so that's what we had going into the break. And that's when I said, well, let's see what it looks like if we move the tax rate in the other direction, at least because we've got a big problem and we've got a challenge in front of us, and we're not going to cut our way to being more with a greater surplus.
No,
So
I just want to know that's what we're voting on is
Yeah.
3% to see the 3% that choose to say yes.
Yeah, we're not looking at the
to
million.
increase by 3%.
Yeah, I don't think we're looking at the million because we don't have a million to put in.
Except to a tax increase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is everyone good with that? We want to see those options, those two other options to come back with? Seeing nods, two heads nodding. Any comments?
I just, again, want to make sure that like this will increase what we've already been discussing.
This will increase the tax rate.
Yes.
Let's just say it out. So it's going to be more than the 4 cents you're predicting, or you've shown us. I shouldn't say predicting.
It's going to increase the taxes in the Hantsport area and the Windsor area, and it will increase the taxes within the West Hants area using that slightly less than what it was. But then we're also not covering the cost in that particular area rate.
Okay. Councillor Yanish.
Yeah, I'd be happy to see everything on paper, but I think if we're meeting Monday night and time is getting short, we need to also consider that if we're not comfortable with the 104 and people want to go to or 4 cent tax increase and we want to go back to 3 or 2, we still have to consider major cuts, and can we get all that done on Monday night? So, it's not that I'm opposed to what Councillor Ivy is suggesting. Of definitely worth looking at. I totally get it, but that's not the way we've been heading. And if we still have further cuts to make, then we better be prepared to do that. That's, I guess, what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think Director Rashawn's going to need some direction if that's what we're looking, because I think this is night 5 and I think we need to give direction. So I'll go to questions here, Carly, and see what we come up with. Councillor Larry Pinch.
I guess this is maybe more of a statement than I think we've gone through everything that we can cut like many times. So unless we're willing to cut things that we've already looked at that we said we weren't willing to cut, that potentially is an exercise in futility to end up at the same place, but just a couple hours more effort put in. So, I like 3 cents. However, if it has to be 4 cents and we're seeing value for that and there's nothing else that we can think to remove that we're comfortable removing, then I'm not sure what we do with that. And I appreciate that Councillor McLean is hoping for 2 cents. I'd love 2 cents. I don't know how we're gonna get to 2 cents. So that's just my concern, is that we go back and then I know we're meeting on Monday anyways, but that we come to this meeting and we do this all over again to wind up in the same similar situation.
Well, I think if you're looking at a cent, we're at 197,000.
196, yeah.
96. So to get down one more penny, you need 196, and to get down 2 cents, you need just shy of 400,000.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at. So I'm good to adjourn until Monday. And Director Rashawn, you can come back with the scenario of the 3%. But I believe that's going to put us where we're going to be even too higher than the 4. So, but it's been asked, so we'll go that route, because I think it is good to see it on paper, what it looks like, what other options we have. I think that's a good process.
Yeah.
And if any counselor goes out this evening and they come up with another $196,000 or another project, I would suggest we do an email between now and Friday, so Director Rashawn can work on something. And I see a couple lights on, so Councillor Ivy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So again, part of the purpose here, and I may have said it a bit lightly before the break, but that potential, if the 3% actually pushes the revenue sufficiently that we're in a better spot than we are now, net at the end of the day, then the ability may exist that if we've cut some things that we really aren't comfortable cutting, and that's what I'm really curious about. What do we have to get to that would provide that kind of capacity? And 3%, a little bit out of the air, but just trying to do it based on what we see for the general expenses here. So that's what I'm curious to see, is if we shift, because what we did this year, we're chasing the tax rate down, and we can only do that for so long. So that's why I'm interested in seeing.
Councillor Scott McLean.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just to Director Rashawn, can we have those slides that you just presented just sent to us tonight or tomorrow?
Yeah.
Just an email. All right, thanks.
Any other comments? Any closing comments, Director Rashawn?
Nope. I will wait if there's anything via email, and I will have something and all the motions with me on Monday night.
Okay, so we'll meet again Monday, June 2nd, to continue with the budget deliberations. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.